Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking god! Not like this. Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, corner with that. Oh, he goes down to the knife and Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. That's right, it's Saturday, and you know what that means. It's time for the first of two amazing days full of HPL NA Arena Tournament gaming. My name is Cracked Wisdom, and delighted to be able to invite you into our entertainment and showcase tonight. Alongside of me is one of the man, the myth, and the legends themselves from the casting scene, known from many different titles, now looking to share us some of that amazing talent and skill inside of our Escape from Tarkov Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bepic.
Hello, everyone. Happy to be here. I finally get to hop in the booth for a Hunt premiere cast. I've been waiting months for my schedule to finally allow me to watch some more Escape from Tarkov Arena. I've had the privilege of watching a lot of Cracked and Blue and Kirk and then the rest of the Hunt premiere crew broadcast Escape from Tarkov Arena. I've called it a little bit. Got a couple of Twitch cons now, but I need the meat of it, the grind to get to those big LAN events, and where better to start than a Hunt Premier League event.
Yeah, absolutely. And the beautiful background in the back there, maybe a bit of foreshadowing of Fort later on, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get to see what the maps are telling us for each of the teams that we get to see today in a little bit. But without any further ado, it's a little bit of a shout to a thank you for those of you guys at home not aware. The Hunt Premier have partnered up with Battle State Games again to be able to bring you this amazing production. So a shout out and thank you to Battle State Games for getting involved in the action on another occasion, as they have done plenty of times before, so we can bring you this great entertainment at home. That being said, there's lots to come up with for today. We've got 3 top tier matches we're going to feature for you today, alongside 3 other matches that are going to be played off screen for today's NAHPL. Starting off with Unknown versus Vanguard, where New Dawn will see Aspect off screen. We are featuring Vanguard as that first game on screen today, and also going to see them twice today, Bepic. So interesting to see how Vanguard does when we get to tune in with them.
I'm eager to see if they're able to recover a bit. They've got that one win on the table so far, but a couple of losses paired with that. This is a massive day for Vanguard to hop back up into the conversation near the top of the table, because it was a sluggish start for them. I think their one win against New Dawn isn't. I mean, that's a good win. You take all the wins you can get, but New Dawn's also at the bottom of the table right now. So today is a proving day for Vanguard to show that they belong in the conversation at the top of NA.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you mentioned, the New Dawn Aspect match that we're not going to get to see will be very important for that New Dawn side. Like we said, New Dawn playing twice today as well. They've got a match later on into that Unknown side. We're going to feature in our first as one of their last matches of the day. So again, New Dawn, even though not necessarily on screen, will be, for those fans at home in the chat watching the New Dawn side, also fighting for a better positioning in the table, starting off with Saturday to put the best foot forward. Now, our second matchup is going to see us featuring Hpl taking on Eclipse, with Zenith playing Master X in the background. Again, Hpl in a good place in the table, actually, surprising to some, sitting in that second spot, Bepic, and they're going to have a chance to fight for that top spot too.
They have to be feeling great. I mean, if you're sandwiched between Aspect and Unknown, you know you're in a good spot on the table, no matter what day of HPL NA it is. So 2-1, Hpl right now, 2 wins and a draw. And that matchup against Eclipse is fairly big, because Eclipse is one of those teams in the bottom half of the table right now, also looking to break back into the top side. And of course, it's the top 6 that do get into the money. So that's a money matchup, of course. 2 teams sitting already in the money part of the table. But the higher up there you are, the more cash you grab, and that's always important at the end of the day.
Yeah, first through six, being able to take home a piece of the prize in the
Mm-hmm.
HPLNA scene, which is an amazing thing to talk about when you're going home with prizes in your pockets, as well as the bragging rights. We all know it's
Of
nice to
course.
shake the shoulders a little bit and say, yeah, we were top dogs in the tournament, but it's also good to take yourself a chunk of money home as well, shall we say, to improve your performance on the PC maybe, or even just buy some nice fancy lights for your desk, whatever it is you feel to improve that gamer setup. But speaking of improvements, we're going to look at that match also playing alongside of it. The Zenith versus Master X going on in the background there. Again, two teams also fighting to improve their position in the tables. We're not going to get to see that one today, but potentially with the action tomorrow, we'll be featuring one of those two teams, I would expect. Then our third set of the day is going to lead us on into Zenith versus Vanguard. So, like we said, Zenith will be
Mm-hmm.
featuring for the first time of the day, but it'll be our second visit to Vanguard to see if they are able to top off what they did in their first match.
And that's a telling matchup for Zenith as well, because they've got the one draw against New Dawn, but if you can't win a set against a team like Vanguard that's currently on the bottom side of the table, then going into next weekend and tomorrow as well, I mean, you can't be feeling too good about your prospects to climb up there. So that's an important match to close the day. I know those bottom of the table matches aren't always looked at as the most significant, but I think for both Zenith and Vanguard, there was a lot to fight for. As this is the middle day of the league, and if you're not proving yourself by now, then some questions are going to be asked about whether or not you're ever going to prove yourself in HPL NA Season 1.
Yeah, that's it. And right at the end of the recap and the schedule for the day, you've got New Dawn versus Unknown going on in the background. For those of you at home, Aspect fans know full well that Aspect are sitting in a good place right now when it comes to table standings. And Unknown's fate lays realistically right now in the hands of the Aspect side, having to take an L for Unknown to be able to fight for that top spot anymore. So Unknown in that aspect as well, excuse the pun, not against Aspect, but in the aspect of their gameplay versus New Dawn, will need to find a victory there so that they don't drop a match versus somebody in theory that is lower in the table than them, which classed as an easier matchup. So Unknown needing to make sure that they hammer home the punches that have put them at third place in the table so far against some of these classed as weaker opponents. Definitely something to look forward to in that second match. Third match of the day. Not getting to see that, but we will be finding out what the result of that is after the end of
Mm-hmm.
hour three. And here's the table standings. Bepic, very close.
Yep. It's a tight, and you expect that. I mean, this is the first real season of HPL in NA, and teams are hungry to prove themselves, and we've seen it so far. That Aspect and Unknown series was a banger of a draw, and like you said, Aspect controlling the fate of Unknown is incredible to me, considering those are two teams that shared the stage at TwitchCon this past fall. I watched that the now core of Unknown playing alongside two players on Aspect, and so there's some history there between those five, and the fact that Aspect got that the head-to-head draw and controls the fate of Unknown, they've got to be feeling great about their position. But there is so much to play for up and down the table, and you'd expect that about halfway through the season so far.
Yeah, and I believe one of the top kill leaders inside the entirety of the NA scene right now. A shout out to Vanguard's Scratch Killer, who last weekend dropped a 30 bomb and
Wow.
still did not manage to see success in that match from that one as well. So it just goes to show you at home, folks, the talent throughout all of these teams. That's Vanguard down there in your current sixth spot. All right. Where you've got one of the top leading players in that team dropping a 30 bomb. That's how top tier you need to perform inside of the HPLNA to be able to get yourselves up there in the likes of the places that Aspect, Hpl Unknown, and Master X are currently occupying right now. So lots to play for. And our first game of the day is going to feature our third place team in that top four, Unknown, going up against the Vanguard side. Now, a little nugget of information for those at home, not so familiar, okay? This Unknown roster is absolutely devastating when it
Mm-hmm.
is on all eight cylinders performing. You look at Barbaric, Undead, Strix, Cruising, and Nice Sleek, all names that have tons and tons of accolades to talk about from their individual success and within other teams before coming together here.
I mean, I talk about the TwitchCon land that I got to watch 3/5 of this Unknown roster play. They came in second there to a team EPA that really was firing on all eight of those cylinders that day. But it was 2 overtimes and a 9-7 on land. So they can play online, they can play in person. Unknown is absolutely cracked. Not V cracked, but they are very cracked. And against Vanguard, I mean, this is a must-win for them. They don't control their destiny. Aspect does, of course, when it comes to do the first place spot on the table, but you still have to beat the teams that you should be beating, even though Vanguard is also quite good.
Yeah, looking at this one, actually, it's a scary one for Unknown. Vanguard considered the dark horse team within the NA scene for their placement on the table versus how strong they actually are. Like we mentioned, you've got Watchful and Nuclear sitting on the sidelines for the Unknown team just in case they need to rotate players in and out to have to deal with some of the problems that the Vanguard roster might bring to the table. Blake Dahlia, Box, Clutch, Scratch Killer, and Snappy Dragon out there alongside Out Here Bopping, with also that rotation potentially available for the Vanguard side. Scratch Killer, the 30 kill king that we were talking about, that one of those leading kill frags in the NA scene. And this is a team that's why it's considered so potentially dangerous to go up against. We've got Snappy Dragon and Clutch that have both seen consistency from time and time and time again, especially when you run into in the rank queues. I know personally playing against them myself. You see those names and you go, well,
Ah,
there goes the casual chill evening of just having a couple of fun games of Arena. Time to lock in. Cool, roger that. And then Blake Dahlia is definitely known as being one of the bigger brains when it comes to the scene. But I believe we had a little chat with Vanguard ahead of today, did we not, Mr. Beffick? Bearing in mind we're going to feature this team twice, folks at home, I thought it was a good idea to reach out and ask. And I believe Box had a response for us, right?
They did, saying they were feeling pretty good. They know this is going to be a fight. It's going to come down to their 1v1 duels, and I like that idea coming into this series against Unknown. They're respecting their opponent, knowing that they themselves do need to be on point if they are going to take down a top 3 team in HPL NA right now. So hopefully they're getting a good warm up here in Cracked.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vanguard showing us that they have the ability to be able to go the distance. They're not successful in that 13-10 overtime loss there that Scratch saw that huge kill leading performance
Crazy.
coming in. But still to go 23 rounds in one map and still be performing on a consistent level is a good sight so far. Of course, we have to attest to how fresh some of these teams are in the NA scene, the entirety of the rosters. Obviously, there are 2 or 3 Titans with the names that have been there for a little while, right? They've been around, been established. At the likes of your Vanguard roster, your New Dawn, so on and so forth. They're the ones that have come a bit fresh out of the foundries, and that's why we're seeing some success from teams we didn't expect. Your maps here, Bowl and Bay 5, Unknown, picking Bowl, Vanguard picking Bay 5. And then, of course, with Bowl, we're going to see Unknown attacking first, and Bay 5, we're going to see Vanguard attacking first. As we normally do, Epic, right? The
That's right.
defending side sees strength.
It makes sense. I mean, it's easier to sit back and force your opponent to check those corners and advance with caution, see if they can't get that bomb down on you, and they're taking the safe route. That's fair enough. These are opponents that command respect on the map, and so I think playing that meta choice of wanting to defend first definitely makes sense.
It's an interesting one. I mean, Vanguard considered the forward defense, right? Supposedly the ones holding that front line, the people that are there to be able to stop the chinks in the armor being exposed, to reassert that dominance when things are getting a little bit shaky. So is it going to be Vanguard that see a little bit of a shaky start to the season being reinforced to some later success? We're on board with cruising as we open up into round number 1 here on Bowl. And with 135 left on the clock, it is a relatively even split when it comes to defense versus attack spread. We see 2 members from the Vanguard side, one holding B flat, one out towards the yellow van. Oh, a great grenade late from Box is going to blow Barbaric off the ambulance.
Talk about an opener right there. Tossing a nade early on, and now some return fire. So double nade kills, starting us off, 1 for each side.
How are you on your novelty games, Beffick? Do you like a good game of hot potato?
Oh, absolutely. Clearly, these guys do too.
Yeah, 1-for-1 plaid stripes. The Scratch Killer puts down the first kill for this weekend, and the headshot from Cruising gets nailed on the side of Curtain. Now Undead pick it with a bomb through the smoke, and Scratch says, I see you! And Undead sees the ground.
Scratch is already on fire. 2 kills to start us off, and using a gun as well, which is apparently off meta at this point. You got to use those grenades if you want to find success here, but Scratch Killer, that 30 kill player you were talking about actually is down. Sleek finds one back, but Unknown have been thrust into a 1v2 here. Strix does get one back, and in a 1v1 situation, one of these sides will start off Bull on the right foot, and it's Strix looking to plant the device, and it looks like he will be able to get it down.
Yeah, Boppin taking the time here and actually Boppin in the position of power on the side of Gen. That smoke is not covering off the left side of points, so Strix has 2 angles left to deal with, and Boppin now with tempo, holds that right side. Going to try a pre-fire through the box. Strix knows which side he's going to be looking to peek from now. Cheese to top up that thorax, going to be the main point of focus just to make sure that center of mass is as healthy as possible before taking this. Oh, what a swing from Strix, actually. Finds the timing on Boppin coming out of the animation of the cheese. Puts him down on Gen.
That's great. I mean, Strix was pinned right there behind that pillar and just swung out confidently. And fair enough. I mean, Vanguard said this series was going to come down to their one-on-ones. And right there, Strix was up to the task in the one-on-one. But not so much Boppin, who is that reserve player coming in for this series against Unknown. And, well, it's not the greatest of starts, but that was a close round one. There was a lot of map left to be played.
I mean, those go 50-50 either way, depending on
Right.
which of the two players takes the clutch there. I mean, absolutely Boppin with a good positioning replacement, and he actually did a good job to shut down Sleek, who killed Scratch, who was on that bit of a tear. You know, Sleek shuts down Scratch, Boppin shuts down Sleek, and then it comes to a 1v1 on the point, and it's give and take. Speaking of give and take, Sleek's there for a slick grenade onto Scratch. He says, give and take this. You can't shoot with your gun if you're already on the ground from a grenade. Barbaric for one back onto clutch. It's going to be 2 in the favor of Unknown.
Sleek's trying to take ground right here, but he's being pushed back by Boppin. Spot at the head, but then would connect bullets to him. Like Dahlia, meanwhile, will find the first of Unknown. It's still a 4v2 now for Unknown. This is looking like a much more dominant round from the favored side, and they will get the blast pack down as well. Time is on their side, and Strix has numbers.
Yeah, airstrike inbound. Cruising gets info from the kill as Blake Dahlia then receives themselves one of those magical grenades from the sky to remove themselves from the round. Can't kill somebody and stay in the same place, mate. Can't park there, mate. Somebody will pick you up and give you a ticket for your poor parking actions. Now, 4 members, as we can see in the silhouette spectrum there of the UN lineup, defending this territory. The bomb is down with 20 seconds on the clock, and as Box loses his life in front of that headshot box, it's all on and Boppin. Boppin for a good one, though.
Still looking for more, still needs more. 3 players of Unknown are left standing. There were 10 seconds left on the blast pack. I mean, Sleek had Boppin dead to rights there. That's an easy closeout for Unknown. They did the heavy lifting at the start of that round. They got the nade kill, continuing to juggle those grenades nicely, and from there, they just cleaned up Vanguard with ease.
Yeah, that's it. And Sleek making sure to just put that extra nail in the mental coffin there. Just wants to get that final kill at the end of the round. Doesn't need to take it, but absolutely got to just push the bear a little bit, right? Just give it a little poke in the side of the shoulder. Just try and infuriate your enemy a little bit. Just try and throw them off guard as such, because so far, Vanguard have done a pretty good job of making this not look like it's going to be as easy as the Unknown side would like to think. Of course, nobody's going to come to a match and just roll over and give up, but the same thing being said, we look at these skilled teams to be able to walk their way around these teams who are having an exceptional amount of skill. Now, too strong towards Yellow Van with flashes and utility going off all over the place is actually seeing Unknown committing to this B site very heavily so far. Blake's in a great spot, though.
3 players. He could stop the blast pack, but Undead pushes forward with the bomb on his back and still finds that opening. Frag, Boppin's being swung while flashed, though Barbaric can't confirm the kill. Does back off, and Cruising and Undead dropping a couple of Vanguard players. Meanwhile, though, Scratch Killa finds a couple, Box adds one, and just like that, Unknown have this round flipped on its head. When it was looking like they were in the favor, they've suddenly found themselves with just Sleek alive.
Scratch tanked a headshot and got a collapse whilst he swung.
Wow.
That was so ridiculous. He's prone out now in the most dangerous spot in the world as well. Sleek, thankfully for Scratch, has pressure from Box here in this pixel, but what an exchange of events there on the front of B plat. Bomb on the floor. This is a great swing from Sleek. He is going to pick up the kill onto Bok. And now, Sleek versus Scratch. King versus King. Chad versus Chad. Who's got the magic? Sleek's going to swing for the first peek on the right-hand side. Scratch dips away. It was good. He's going to go for bomb. This is an aggressive jump out. Oh,
Sleek's playing ring around the rosy here. Doesn't have a ton of ammo, though, to work with, and realizes it too late. Sleek was empty, and Scratch Killa gets a free kill because of that slight mistake. What a turn.
Little unfortunate series of events, ladies and gentlemen, happening in round number 3. Lemony Snicket paying us an appearance. Did you see Scratch holding the grenade outside of the corner there, Bepic?
No, I
For a
didn't.
moment, honestly, I think Sleek was more intimidated by memories of base game that might have been an impact grenade about to be thrown his way, because I think if he just swings that there, I'm pretty sure Scratch is dead. So from one mistake to the other, the round gets swung back in both teams' favor unintentionally to the other side, and we find ourselves at 1-2 with Vanguard and a point on the board. What a crazy round.
Well, look, it is still relatively early here in the States and in North America. I mean, we're seeing some odd starts to these rounds with the nades finding connection with the strange 1v1 we just witnessed. Scratch Killer's already got a call at. Barbaric's just out in no man's land. Scratch Killer says, thank you very much. I'll take a 7th kill. And I think everybody's still waking up at the moment. And Box has woken up and then was immediately put to bed there with another nade. Unknown don't seem too phased here with dropping that last round.
Something very keen to notice, yes, Barbaric caught in no man's land on Gen from a off-timing rotation from Scratch Killer, but notice that each of the unknown members that have been put in danger or have gone down have had their battle buddy with them, and it's cleaned
True.
up as a result. We see 3 Vanguard members currently in the floor thanks to a tighter constructed unknown attack, and this is something we talked about in the pre-game, Bepic, discussing that defensive first versus offensive first meta as Cruising crushes the dome of Blake Dahlia inside of that container connector to spawn. Now, bomb going down on the B site. Attack or defense? I mean, Unknown are looking very good with the play in their hands. Scratch
What?
looking ridiculously good as the dome of Strix is now splattered all over the wall.
Scratch may not need an overtime to hit 30 again in this map. I mean, so far has found 8 across now 4 rounds, and averaging 2 per is nice, but they're not finding the round wins. Scratch needs some help at the moment because on the other side of things, Unknown have Cruisin' and Sleek looking mighty fine. 14 kills combined across the 2 of them. They're closing out rounds nicely, except for that 3rd one that they did drop to Vanguard, but look, you can drop a couple rounds here and there as long as you make up for it with a round like that.
Yeah, you certainly can. You're absolutely right. You hit the nail on the head. You keep dropping bombs like that, and you might be able to pull this one back together. The one thing I would say is, though, given how exceptionally well Unknown have played the attack, it will be interesting to see Vanguard in the side swap. We're currently only 4. The 8 needed to be able to swap this one over. Remember, ladies and gentlemen at home, first and 9 as Clutch claims the first onto Barbaric and Generator. Again, a little bit overextended there from Barb.
Barbaric was inbound. I think they spotted ahead of another Vanguard player, but Clutch had the crossfire set up and now spotted the back of Sleek, but Sleek does escape with his life. It's a little bit tagged up here, so require a bit of healing. So Unknown will find themselves slowing this round down, making Vanguard really think about where they might be going. They're posturing around A site at the moment, but Vanguard have a stack set up around A, and Scratch Kill, a big part of that stack. Sleek will claim one back, and it's a 3v4 right now. Vanguard's not on a bad spot, but they've just killed one of their own.
Yeah, Boppin gets an unfortunate one onto the Generator teammate hiding in the smoke. And the one thing that's seen so good is Scratch playing the edge of the smoke really well. But Cruisin's going to swing on round now from that info and confirm the kill onto that teammate. Currently, SMH with Dismay. There we go as Blake Dahlia is deleted as well for the final. And Unknown close out what looked to be, after that misstep there, pretty much an unlosable round. The Vanguard side, still a little bit of nerves, it looks like, Bepic. Early on into the first map, like you said. Just need to loosen up a little bit and just lock it in.
I mean, they had their stack set up nicely. They had a man advantage, and then it all unraveled with that team kill. That's something you see more in ranked, I feel like, than at the top of HPL. But it still happens. It's still difficult to discern those teammates when everything's getting a little wild around you. And Unknown, I'm sure thankful for that, as they were running face first into a well-set-up defense. But Vanguard crumble a bit, and they need to stop the bleeding here.
Look at the lineup being set up here. You see the precision with which these players are dropping these aerial airstrikes being inbound. Sleek now onto site, off the box, catches the right side, but does not find the player behind the pillar.
Well set up. Box was close to finding a connection with that grenade that I'm sure they were not looking for. It's a lot of shots being rung out here around Bull. A lot of engages, but no deaths outside of Clutch. Barbaric is lit up, but Still has a sliver of that HP bar left to work with, and that is enough for Unknown to keep their full team standing with about 60 seconds left here. Again, playing a slow, methodical round and shifting their mentality over towards that B site. I think A was the initial target, but they've realized weaknesses elsewhere.
Yeah, and I mean, in fair play to Sleek, he was aiming for box, just the wrong box that he ended up hitting. Bomb is now sliding its way onto that B side there. Barbaric does claim Scratch in the rotation. This is something that some of the American teams have done exceptionally well, I've seen so far, and experience casting this HPL for NA, is when moving the bomb from one side to the other on rotation. The team is tearing the defending side apart because it's very hard to win these 50-50 challenges when you're just tap peeking the angle or you have a better positioning versus the guys playing on offense. But if you can force your defending side to stretch, leave gaps between teammates and just pick them off one by one, it sees so much success for your side. So 5-1 for Unknown, and in a good convincing fashion.
And right there we saw that. Unknown just circled around the Vanguard defense and got them like a boa constrictor, squeezed them until they popped for round 6. And Unknown, I mean, they looked like they were at the same level as Vanguard here for a moment at the start of this map, but since then, Unknown have gone on a run. Vanguard don't have much to show for these last couple of rounds. They're finding early picks, they're getting early player advantages, but it's the closeout that Vanguard is struggling in. And even though they're set up well, Clutch has been found while prone by a nade there from Cruisin'.
Yeah, hop-up nade, one of the ones in many teams' arsenals. Not necessarily an uncommon grenade, but it's not one that teams throw all the time. It's one of those ones there where you are going to get killed by it or you aren't. You take the risk by going into that position if you're playing that spot, and you just have to accept that 2 out of 10 rounds you are going to maybe die to a nade that gets thrown there. So it's one of those give and takes of Arena when it comes to competitive scene setup for the defending side. Somebody, if not most people, are going to be threatened by a grenade when you go and hold a good defending position. It's about being able to react to seeing it coming, maybe even seeing the sightline for where the grenade would loop to get out of the way or something like that, that makes the best players show up in those situations.
Unknown played the odds there. We're a bit fortunate to find Purchase. And now in a 3v3. Let's see where we're headed. There's one player holding around B here in that rat position, and Blake Dahlia will take out Undead, but Cruisin' is watching the center of the map, waiting to see if those rotations are pulled. But right now, because Blake Dahlia is holding rats so well, there aren't immediate rotations, but now they've got to come through as Strix steps up, finds a big 2K, and might be able to get this device down. 1v1, Cruisin' is downed. It is a final duel between Scratchkiller and Strix.
Yeah, this looks like a bit of deja vu for Scratch here. Very familiar position. The difference is his opponent. Strix is going to go around the outside, and the one thing that Strix is very well known for is the mental gameplay. He's going to go up top, sits on top of these stairs. It's 35 seconds with the time to waste out, and all Scratch has got to do is try to chase into the fight here as best he can. Down goes. So the timing's open though, and that Scratch has found an absolute gigantic tunnel of a window. That looks like he was crossing from the UK to France via the Eurotunnel. That was ridiculous. Where did the space come from?
He just ran around in a circle until Sleek's back was facing towards it. That's unbelievable. I mean, he was sprinting, hunting Strix down. Must have known something that we didn't right there to run in that confidently in a 1v1 duel, and a big round for Vanguard as well, because they had lost, what, 4 consecutive at that point? And Unknown was looking in prime position with the pack down. They had one of their stronger players in Strix right now, their third top fragger in the 1v1, and, well, there's a reason Scratchkill is on 12 right now, and the rest of Vanguard haven't eclipsed 4.
I'm going to say you can hear that in the sound in the background of Scratchkiller's head at the end of that round. You go, shut down, clutch. There's 100% a double down from the Vanguard member there, where shutting down both the enemy's momentum and the clutch in the 1v is a good play. Strix chose not an angle to run away from, honestly. I think if it had dipped in Pixel, he might have had time to get behind cover, but less of that and more of this round because it's gone in the past. Scratchkiller, however, is not in the past when it comes to putting kills down. My word. Blake, trapped in between two, naturally finds one for Magic. The swing from Sleek is better to cancel them out.
That's good for Blake, though, to just find one in that position. Was in a 1v3, had to dodge between guns pointed in his direction. Just to find that one, get the information for the rest of his team is a good start to this round 8. But The onus falls on Boppin and Box as they find a pair of kills here to put Vanguard in a 2v1.
Yeah, proactive agency and urgency, something crucial in Arena that I
Oh,
always
here we
tout
go.
towards. And there's Strix into clutch, and this is another 1v1. We spoke about it pre-game. You said in the conversation with Box, they know, Vanguard are aware, it's coming to the ones. Oh, Boppin, the patience. Does he know? He faked the bait, and Boppin did. Now, this is huge. Boppin has not moved, so Strix knows he cannot plant to fake him to make him move, so he has to go A. How long till Boppin realizes how far he's gone? He's not going to see him before he's across divide here.
Does realize though fairly quickly is sprinting here through the open area and might have a timing here if he swings the corner confidently. Turns around. Strix is still planting, but had cover enough to get the pack down. So another 1v1. Strix was unable to win the last one, but comes out on top here as Boppin is checking for worms in the dirt. That'll be 6 for unknown.
Yeah, I think Boppin trying to make a bit of a sneaky play there, just trying to tuck the head behind some form of cover and maybe fake that he'd moved away from the scenery instead of stayed close, but not something you're going to be able to slide past the likes of Strix. Very good in the gameplay there when it comes to the mental in the 1v1. 6 and 2. Vanguard find themselves down 4 rounds going into the attacking half. A great performance out of Unknown on the attacking side.
Unknown have looked solid. They found ways in clutch moments to get back in these rounds where they're in a 2v3 or a 4v5, the likes of a man disadvantage, and they're still winning rounds. The 1v1 clutches have been massive for Unknown, and for Vanguard, they knew it was coming down to the individual duels, but they're unable to win them right now. The individual mechanics aren't on point at the moment. They can't get a read in those 1v1s for the most part. On what Unknown are doing, and it's coming back to bite them right now. They need a strong attacking side here in the back half of Bowl.
I had to ask the question of the Vanguard squad, and I did ask of 3 or 4 of them whilst we were just talking beforehand for this. Is like, Scratch is dropping so many kills. How do you guys like weather that storm? Like, is it a mental advantage? Does it ever get you guys, a bit disappointed because you're like, there's one guy carrying a lot of weight? And the answer they had was, it doesn't matter. That is Scratch Killer's job. He is entry. He is the one getting the frags. We are there to facilitate and make this star player stand out. So it's a really good mentality to see. And unfortunately, it's not getting them success here. 2 quick kills as the generator push from the Battle Buddy system gets deleted by 2 separate angles.
Through smoke as well, it looked like. I mean, there was some cover right there, but Unknown knew exactly where Vanguard was, and this defensive half is starting off strong for the team already way out in front here. Box and Scratch Killer need to find a way back in the first round of our back half, and Scratch Killer good for at least 1. Taking down Sleek on the Unknown side, and now let's see how many kills they can add to their tally as they are thrust into a 1v4.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Scratch, he tried for the jump peek on Gen to find Strix tucked in that far right-hand side positioning, but Strix playing the angle well, kept his model fully hidden until Scratch pushed up to the side of Gen and was caught further forward than needed to be without information on positioning. So a tough one there. Vanguard looking to find themselves a couple more rounds, I think, before closing this game out. Unknown looking like they are set for success here. 1 round away from map point. Vanguard, still a bit of work to do.
Lots of work to do now. I mean, they need to rattle off consecutive rounds, obviously, because I don't think you can get to 7 without doing that. And Unknown's in a good spot. They held their corners nicely, found pick after pick that last round. And again, they are set up well around A, and Undead has a nade out. Let's see where he's aiming.
Up over the top, match point and safety point in hand, not the hands of the grenade. Instead, actually, Undead finds himself on the receiving end of one, and Scratch Killer's the one to deliver it. Blessing of gold from the skies with the grenade. Is it Barbaric on top of the angle? Hop-Up's about to fight into 2.
Barbaric found Scratch Killer. That's a big kill for Unknown. Countering the nade find a second ago, and now Barbaric's pre-firing on a corner, but Blake Dahlia gets away with one, though Sleek will trade Blake out, and well, we're in a 3v3 here, and this is manageable for Vanguard, but they need more.
Big shots from Boppin after good info call out, puts one through the scenery and the smoke to pick up that generator player there. Clutch for one onto Cruisden is going to see them capitalizing, and there's the attacking authority from the Vanguard side we were looking for. 3 members left alive, and that is a 3-7 scoreline with Vanguard putting something together.
Massive. That's massive for Vanguard because they did that. I mean, Scratch Killer found the opening kill right there, and outside of that, though, it was the rest of Vanguard doing the dirty work of winning that round because you want your entry to enter, find some space for you to work with, but you need the rest of the squad to close things out. Typically, unless you got a player that is just head above shoulders over the rest and it can 1v5, and that's nobody ever in any competitive scene. So I'm glad to see Vanguard stepping up here. They've got one, but the road back is still long.
And I'm never one to try. I love how you said that, honestly. That is the wealth of wisdom flowing from Bepic right there, ladies and gentlemen. That is what makes this man mythical. Out here bopping instead. We're going to talk about that in a minute as headshots are bopping. Strix for one, Undead for another grenade is going to find magic. Oh, my word. It's 3 off the rocks. Plaid Stripes in the kill feed, and Unknown find themselves in favor by 1.
It boggles my mind how effective with grenades the players at the top of this scene are. But Scratch Killer can do it with bullets, too. Just threw bullets down a lane right there and connected them. Now Sleek is lucky to have his life. He jumped across a gap and it was spotted by Scratch Killer. He's got the information, not the kill, but the information could have helped Boppin right there. Couldn't connect with Undead, and so Box is alone just like that.
That's really rough as well, actually. They knew the info's coming in, and I mean, okay, I understand you got a pixel and you proactively challenge to the container there, but I feel with the bomb being planted, you've not got your backup of support. I would have liked to have seen a Vanguard member hold that a little bit more cautiously rather than pushing too aggressively. Sleek's inside. He's got too many members to have to deal with because there's Undead on his left. Box goes down as the last. An Unknown take us to map point.
That was a box sandwich right there with Unknown as pincering there with a player sticking the defuse as well. They were well set up for that 1v3, and Unknown on map point here have looked the part of a top 3 roster in the HPL NA league. So Vanguard, they've shown life, but now they need 5 in a row just to force OT.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems like Unknown definitely a favor of fast food. Like you said, that boxed up sandwich, hot and ready to go. Clean off the counter. We are 1 point away from Unknown serving us a 1-0 lead in the first best of 2 here. Shots onto clutch, actually remove half of his health as Barbaric's going a little bit wild with it. The animal has been unleashed. If anybody at home knows Barbaric well enough, then you'll know that this man is not one to be left lightly considered inside of Arena. Another demon within their own rights when turning up on the day. Oh, that's a good one. Inside, outside, straight into the feet of Blake. Oh, wow, Blake looks away from it and somehow protects himself.
Protect the head and eyes. That's the key here. Dodges the nade and escapes with his life, and that is necessary for Vanguard. They will need numbers if they want to string together the necessary rounds to get back here on Bull. Clutch has lost a bit of health, but we're seeing our first engage here. Sleek playing around the generator. Like Dahlia spotted the head, but wasn't able to get bullets over there in time. Scratch kill him off camera. Does find a frag. Blake runs ahead aggressively. Is now reloading, playing ring around the rosy with this generator, but cruising from a distance takes him out. It's still a 3v3 though. Vanguard need a big closeout here.
Strix is going to cross. Now 2 are together towards that site, and that's going to give Box a pretty tough position. Hold for a minute. How far is Strix going? Strix is going really deep to help support Generator. This is why, because Scratch is going to find Undead. There's Generator down. Scratch gets across. That's pretty crucial now, because the angle is there for 2. Rotating back, Strix has stepped off to this divide to challenge Scratch. Scratch is going to be behind Strix in a minute. Box finds the point. That's huge, and this is the round Vanguard needed. Did he see the reposition? Scratch, Strix, Scratch, Strix slams him.
I can't believe it. We don't see Scratch kill him, miss bullets like that, but the blast pack will be planted here. Strix is in a 1v2 now with that health bar looking very grim. Pillar protects Box, has Boppin as cover as well. Strix has to run in now. Actually takes down Box to 1v1. Boppin's running away, but does find good positioning here. Strix will loot the body of the deceased and look to defuse. Is he sticking it? He could win Bull right now. Decides to pull off, though, as he knew Boppin was going to peek here up top. And so Strix elects for the fight rather than defuse.
Oh, and Strix having the hardest of times getting up that ledge. The mantle now there since the changes has been nearly impossible to make. He has to commit to sticking it this time. Boppin fakes. Boppin's going to... You're kidding. Boppin fakes. And Strix does not, ladies and gentlemen. Unknown slide on to 9 and 3 with the pros don't fake coming out of one of your pros in the Arena Pro League. Hpl Na delivers you a delight as a cherry on the cake is none other than some sneaky sauce on the point.
Strix is elevating himself as a clutch god there on Bull. I mean, there were a couple. I mean, that was a 1v2 to close. That was actually a 1v3 maybe. I've forgotten. That's how intense the end of round was. But was in a couple of those odd man situations and did great for Unknown. Hey, that is a great start to this best of two.
Yeah, and that's an unfortunate one for Boppin. I mean, you've played off of all the
Yeah.
info that's happened so far. Where are we in the mental chess game? You've got to think, okay, the first time Strix tapped the bomb, Boppin faked and stepped away. Strix has that information now. Strix knows the next time he touches the bomb, Boppin's most likely going to fake again.
Mhm.
As Boppin in that 3D chess match, you've got to kind of think, okay, I can't do the same thing and just let it go. And here's the point, that time is ticking down. Even if you just swing and get some body down, that damage down, you either force him
Mhm.
off the bomb, which means you reset that pressure again, or you get body damage down, and they risk just staying there and allowing you to mouse button one, and they fall down. So I mean, it's very much in your favor if you peak. You've got to challenge it, and this is what some of the top tier players do best, and that's intimidate you here, not in the crosshair, not through the movement or in your cups in your ears and the audio. It's here where you've got to think at a top tier level as well as being able to slam heads to take it home.
I love the 3D chess battles that we've got going on back and forth all throughout these series. That's why we love our jobs, right? Correct?
Absolutely. Could not have loved it any better. And at the end of game number one, New Dawn versus Aspect in the background, ladies and gentlemen,
Oh,
ended up 9-3. That's an Aspect victory in their first match as
okay.
well there. So congratulations to Aspect so far. Only one out of the best of two, just like us here, but still also in the lead. Now, for those of you at home, folks, big important note for Unknown fans, because Aspect need to drop a match at some point now or points
Mhm.
going forward for Unknown to have a chance at the top. So far for both teams, so good. Unknown doing what they need to, but Aspect also saying, we're not going to let you have a sniff of it just yet.
I don't know if Aspect's gonna let New Dawn be that team to thrust Unknown back into the conversation. That would be a dramatic map loss if Aspect comes up short against New Dawn. But hey, I mean, you take control of what you can control, and Unknown so far has. Vanguard looked good. They had an absolute demon in Scratch Killer, but that demon was quelled by the entire Unknown roster. That is a solid 5-man stack.
And it was a good match for Bowl. We talk about Bowl a
Yep.
lot being so heavily dominated by that utility use. We saw grenades being traded back and forth. Everybody was having a good go at having and getting involved in that hot potato challenge, but more people paid the price than paid success from it. And I will be honest with you, it sees a lot of chaos drop down
Hmm.
upon the entrance onto site. For teams that are seen at the top of the table that deal well with that kind of chaos because of their reactions and their gunplay, it benefits them. Some of the lower tier table teams, I like to see taking a slower approach to it, maybe
Hmm.
saving some of that utility for if an explosive approach onto site makes it, you grenade that bomb being planted and you retake. So something to look forward to from the Vanguard team. Some good jigsaw puzzles, I think, from game one to bring back later on to learn from and to put back into the reapproach. But I mean, Unknown going into Bay 5, they've got to feel confident.
Definitely. I mean, of all the maps you're going to be seasoned on, I think Bay 5 is going to be the one. It's one of the most picked, I believe, in HPL NA so far, and just probably across all of arena competition. It's a classic, and so knowing your stuff on Bowl is important, but on Bay 5, your opponent is going to be prepared to contest you there. And so Vanguard, they look decent on Bowl. Let's hope they're up to the task on Bay 5, because I know Unknown is going to be watching their backs after how dangerous Vanguard looked at times, how often they found themselves in a 1v1 or a 2v1 at the end of rounds. They couldn't close it out, because I know that's what Vanguard is talking about here. In between maps, they need to close out rounds better because they had a lot of advantages on Bull that they couldn't convert it around wins.
And this is the chance to actually take exactly what you've just said. Again, the wisdom flowing from you here, Bepic. And I want to build on something you said in the previous game
Yes.
and then bring what you've just said together to a whole for the recipe for success for Vanguard going into this next map. You mentioned about the Demon Scratch Killer and the other four members in that round we saw success stepping up and
Mhm.
bringing their 20%. All right. And a 5-man team, every player has got to be able to pull their 20%. And I'm not talking that 20% being clutching in a 1v3 and a 1v4, okay? That's what you have your highlight players for. Being good for your one in your area. If you're playing Generator and you're fighting Generator, 65 to 70% of the time, you want to be winning that fight.
Right.
That's your zone. That's what we consider your 20. And it was nice to see that from Vanguard. Now, talking to the players, I love that they back. Scratch is huge, but they want to support him and facilitate and
Yes.
enable him. I actually go alongside of your thought process and I back us a bit more that you should be as confident in yourself and the ability to kill other people. If you can enable somebody that well to kill other people, then you can orchestrate that scenario for yourself to be successful too. And I think some of those other four players could do with just raising the self confidence bar a bit, believing a little bit more in their ability also to slay out. And maybe that'll help see some strength from the Vanguard side. Then I want to talk about the bit you just mentioned here. We're going to bring this all full circle. We're
All
going
right, let's do
into
it.
Bay 5. We're going into Chaos Central. Vanguard are on the attack first. They have nothing to lose, literally nothing to lose at this point in time. I want to see confidence in pairs, not just Scratch, but all five of the Vanguard lineup, challenging and pushing as hard as they can into this unknown lineup to see how many people they can knock down before unknown are given a chance to touch that site location, honestly. I would love to see a
Yeah.
quicker Vanguard off of the rip than unknown if it's possible.
I would love to see an aggressive Vanguard. That would hopefully catch Unknown out because defensively, I think Vanguard's in a decent position. I think we saw around B side around the apps area. Blake Dahlia was standing out there on the whole, was put in 1v3 spots, was able to at the very least get 1 or 2 kills in that position. And so I think Vanguard is equipped for a defensive side, but only if they, at the very least, go even with Unknown on their attacking side. So we'll see what happens here. We are on to Bay 5 now, with all of the pressure in the world, I think, on Vanguard's shoulders, because this is a key map. If they can draw with one of the top dogs, then they put themselves in a great position on the table to maybe have a go at a top 4 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, 6 and upwards get paid. And at the end of the
Yep,
day, payment in the pocket's also a prize that some of these teams are going to be looking for. So,
money's money.
every match counts. That's it. Every point counts. Round difference as well, ladies and gentlemen, is very important in case two teams come to a tie at the end of the table. That will separate which of the two teams place higher. So every round counts here. And that is a perspective that the Vanguard side could do with bringing into this one round at a time. Let's just put one peg on the board on the tally mark per round. And if we somehow manage to get ourselves to a position where we are 6-2, 5-3, or 4-4, we've given ourselves a best chance possible to convert it home going into the defending side. Something I'm not sure if you're familiar with, Bepic, but inside of Arena, we consider 6-2 the sort of favourable golden score line going into the second half to see yourself home. Oh, wow, what a find from Undead, and the point of Scratch is caught with the smoke in his hand.
Undead was entrusted with a sight here. Everybody else from Unknown is holding sight from outside of the A building, but Undead in the middle of it, in the thick of it, but Barbaric from outside does take down Clutch after Undead found that opening frag, and now Undead just continuing to clean up. Low health or not, Undead does not care. He is chasing Boppin back of sight, and Vanguard have run out of time.
That actually came through at a clutch point in time. Undead makes a move to save his team from despair there, because Blake Dahlia, inside of the middle lane off screen whilst that was all going down, gets the pick onto the B member that was left rotating through green container and would have had access to sandwich into the backs of two unknown members. As Undead gets that kill, he then has to come back through mid under slant and rotate in from his team side because the bomber's going down in a tough spot. So there was definitely, I could see the attack working from Vanguard there. I could see what they were working for. A late 8 push, get somebody in alley 2-member control, then take the kill on mid and push through from sandwich control and come into the site from 3 different positions altogether. Alley, your door, their door. Nice attempt. Just Undead making a great play and finding a couple of kills in the middle of nowhere in the back of alley. Sets it up, I guess, for failure.
And that's the key. I mean, you need your timing to be on point there. And I think once the flood came in, A site was going to be Vanguards, but they lost Scratch Killa at a pivotal time right there with a nade out as well. was just trying to find maybe a little bit of extra space, catch out an unknown player, but we have since moved on here. Vanguard are unfazed by their round 1 loss, and I found first blood here in round 2, and I've already gotten the blast pack down. Okay, it's confirmed.
Oh.
Scratch Kill has found a double, and Vanguard get the bomb down and win the round not too shortly thereafter.
That's the Vanguard performance I'm looking for. Not the Scratch Killer performance. That's the Vanguard team performance that I'm looking for. That is performance out of every single member consistently together, in sync. You see the kill feed flood with red, as if it's just been filled by the sunset going down on the evening of a victorious round for the Vanguard side. And it sees them tying it up 1 apiece. Now, more of that, and I'm going to be honest with you, it's not going to come easy. This is an unknown side that very much so when you kick them in the kneecaps, the ankles, they're going to throw
There you
you
go.
pain back in the form of grenades. There goes Scratch. And now they're going to have to do it with the other 4.
I was wondering when the nades were going to start making an impact on Bay 5. It took a couple of rounds, I think, for us to find our first nade kill, but Cruisin' is good for it, and taking out Scratch Killer with a grenade is like a present on Christmas morning for Unknown. You take out the top fragger of Vanguard without even having to take a duel, lose HP yourself, Barbarics adding to the kill feed, and that flood of blue is incoming like water washing out the flames of Vanguard.
Yeah, absolutely. I wish people would save me the hassle on Christmas Day of unwrapping my presents before giving them to me. The form of pulling the pin out before sending that grenade on over to its accepting gift bearer, shall we say. Pockets open.
Sure.
Pain not saved. Oh, Sleek puts 1 into Blake Dahlia. Now a little bit late on the screen kill feed there for you folks at home. But 4 in the middle. And oh, okay. Strix just knows. Strix just knows.
Strix, you know, a marksman's supposed to play from a distance, right? Not just turn a corner, find a head immediately, and then back off. That is absurd. I don't know how Strix reacted that quickly and found headshots. Like there was a magnet in his scope to the heads of Vanguard. That's absurd.
It's one of those things that I think gets very, very comfortably familiar for Tarkov players. When you are so used to how much more accurate hipfire can be with a laser sometimes, you naturally have your crosshair placement at perfect head height when you swing out into these angles, even from sprinting. Like some of these players' sense is that sick that you click mouse button 1 before mouse button 2, and the bullet hits headshot before the crosshair gets onto it. Barbaric finds the first quick opener, and that is a headshot in round number 4.
Wow, Barbaric has moved so far into enemy lines. I'm going to start thinking he's about to join Vanguard here. This is insane, and Clutch will put an end to Barbaric's run through the Vanguard side of the map, but not before damage is done. This is looking rough already for Vanguard, as Barbaric's aggression is well-timed, his shooting is good, and well, Clutch has to heal up.
So notice on the player model there, Scratch was completely blinded. That flash came out, actually. That's why that worked so well. Barbaric swung because they full flashed 2 people on the right-hand side and then catches those 2 whilst the other 2 can't help. Scratch Killer drops a grenade onto Undead. That was a player there without a head we see cruising. Heals Clutch in the backside. The bomb is trying to approach in from the A-side door, and out here bopping has alley control. Strix for the first time doesn't find a headshot in a little while. There's bopping from the alley, calling in from teammates, call out. Scratch Killer on contact finds Sleek 2, and it's just cruising in this back alley. He's going to get shots onto bopping, but not enough to put him down.
Those missed shots will haunt Cruisin', I'm sure. That would have been a big pick to narrow down this 1v2 down to an even 1v1. But in the meantime, Vanguard have completely switched things up. But I'm sure Cruisin' knows that, having watched a fast escape from the A site. But we're playing around fuel now. Vanguard have the bomb down. And this is an important position for them, especially with Boppin playing so far off site, trying to cut off this retake before it even begins. Does Cruisin' even check this?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't know. Nope. Boppin's there. That's so huge, Brain. I'm glad you called it out. The box positioning in mid finds him just lost.
That's great. I mean, he played that so smart because Cruisin's probably thinking about everything happening around the B site, not so external to it that it's easily overlooked. And he was kind of looking. He had an inkling there was a Vanguard player in that area, but not right behind that specific box. That's well done from Vanguard.
And this is the Vanguard map pick. Vanguard on the attack. Unknown chose to start defending. Vanguard take themselves to some home turf, it feels like, for a little bit here, Bepic. You would be
Hmm.
forgiven to feel a little bit Vanguard favored when they've got the numbers advantage in this one. It definitely looks like they're able to convert out on the ends of the rounds a lot better than they were in bowl so far. Unknown not having a worse game for sure. Vanguard actually just turning up a little bit better in this one.
Especially when you think about that last round started off with Undead finding 2 huge opening kills, and Vanguard were thrust into a 3v5 early on that they had to work their way back from. And similar position here, it's a couple of kills now, actually a trio of them for Unknown, forcing Blake and Box now to see if they can find themselves a way out of this 1,000-piece puzzle, a 2v4 in round 5.
Hmm. Yeah, the Vanguard side had a couple of problems going into this round. I think now currently have maybe 99 problems, but the numbers disadvantage, definitely not one they're going to be concerned about right now. 2v4, well, technically 1.5v3 now, as Blake Dahlia does find a good pick, and that's going to open up the rotation. Here's this middle positioning that Blake Dahlia's done so well with all game long. We've not necessarily seen it on screen because it happens in the background, but it's the backbone of this Vanguard attack right now that gains mid control. They now have access to full rotation on the B site, a 2 versus 2 in tow with the bomb going down. And this is good positioning. Vanguard have found themselves some spice in the sauce. 2 out of the building as well. Boxes in connector, and Blake Dahlia is going to rotate into parkour. This is it. This is how it has to succeed. They've got power play positions. The bomb is down, and there's 35 left on the clock.
See how Unknown elect to play this. Cruising and Undead are inching forward. Actually, Undead running ahead quite quickly into a 1v2. Cruising takes one back, but Blake Dahlia is able to trade Box. No problem for a round win. That is a worthy exchange.
I was very concerned there. Cruising is definitely more than capable to be able to swing and get both of those kills, but it was good to see that Blake Dahlia took the chance to swing on contact as soon as Cruising comes flying out of connector for the first kill. Could have gone the other way if Cruising is given too much space there. Maybe a second more, you can say goodbye to Blake too, but the captain of the Vanguard side closes the round out, and they take a lead for the first time in the best of 2.
And this is huge. I mean, we were talking about the success that Vanguard, I think, had to have on their attacking side if they wanted any hope of a competitive Bay 5. And they found that success so far. They're halfway to that 6-round mark where they'd be sitting pretty at the end of this. But they have to keep momentum going already. A kill found. Undead is out. And Vanguard, let's see what they can do in a 5v4.
Oh, and I am being told, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be doing a quick restart for the game.
Okay.
I've had a couple of technical difficulties in the background. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you know at home, us here at the Hunt Premier, we strive for only perfection when it comes to the game playing pitch. The stadium, the stage, and all the benches for you guys to sit at home in the crowd and watch from has to be perfect. So whilst we're getting that fixed for you, sorry, you're stuck with us two waffling for a little bit. Well, thankfully, at least one of the two of us, the guy to the left of me, looks a lot better than we do. So you've got a good face to be able to look at. But not for that nonsense being said. Speaking of good things to look at, let's talk about some of the amazing gameplay we've had so far, Bepic. Any highlights in particular? Anything that's really stuck out to you or surprised you, maybe?
I've thoroughly enjoyed the rapid rotates of Vanguard on the attacking side. If things aren't working out around A sites, they are quick to run through the map. They don't care. They know what information they've got, and they know what space they can take for free. And so far, I think both plants that have gone down at B have been wins for Vanguard. So it's a great start to their attacking side. And for Unknown, they're not in bad spots. They are struggling a bit, though, with those numbers advantages. The 5v3 they had earlier to give Vanguard, I think, their second round win to tie us up. That's a big loss for an Unknown team that against some of the better rosters, they need to close out that type of advantage.
It's one of those elements that I like to see coming into the gameplay. It's a 4 versus 2, but the two that are in the less advantageous scenario are on their own favorite map, and they've got tempo, and they've got the bomb, and you just kind of see these pieces just kind of coming together, and you're like, oh, a little cryptopic cipher coming together. Okay, now we're in a 2 versus 2. A couple of people fell over in the rotation. Out here, Boppin's literally just come out of the wardrobe back from Narnia in mid, and he catches somebody with the pants down. And it's some great gameplay all around from the Vanguard side. It is a little bit inspirational, but one has to wonder, and this is me bringing all of us, including myself, back down to reality. Okay? Fairy tales have a one-off effect, very much like magic. It tends to fizzle eventually. There's only so many crazy creative places you can be that's an off angle before you run out of corners to hide in. So how long before Unknown catches the gear stick, manages to rip it back out of reverse and lock it into drive and pick up the tempo again? I'm not sure. I hope for Vanguard's sake it's game length, because if they can
Yeah.
take a map home or one apiece here, Unknown's thoughts of whether Aspect need to succeed or fail are going to be out the window. It's going to be, oh my, we've just dropped a game in a 1v1 for a Vanguard side that has looked very good since the beginning of the tournament.
I respect your pragmatism, correct? But there were a lot of Narnia books that were written. I read a good number of those. I think fairy tales can last a little bit longer than maybe we're expecting here. So, Vanguard, if they've got some magic, they should just keep rolling with the sauce, whatever momentum they can claw from these rounds. They need to take going forward. And I mean, on the Unknown side, we've talked about the stakes here, where they aren't in control of their fate. All they can control are the 2-0s that they can get from the rest of their slate. And I mean, Aspect, we don't have results on their second map just yet, but we know they need to drop a map in order for Unknown to have any hope. But we're thinking about, we need to think about the important second step, where Unknown have to stay undefeated in order for that to still matter. And so right now, they need to be really thinking about how they can find a way on Bay 5 to take advantage of them starting off on the defensive half.
And I want to look at a little bit of the evolution for the two teams from map 1 to map 2.
Yes.
As we talked about some top tier stakes, and for those of you that like yourself a good dinner, a ribeye, considered the top tier of the most classy and I guess elegant dishes, let's talk about the burgers. We'll go back to the bloopers, shall we? Let's
All
have a
right.
little bit of a talk about a couple of the mistakes that happened in bowl. We saw the 1-for-1 mistake on the point on that B side that saw both teams crazily lost, and the hand of whose favor the round went into just falling into the last person that didn't make a mistake rather than something going off. And that little bit of looseness that we saw early on in bowl did get better throughout that map. But going into Bay 5, both teams have absolutely unlocked another level of concentration. We've not seen mistakes. We've seen unforced errors. We've seen players been put in pressure and forced to rotate and being caught out on that rotation through good positioning from the other team. So it's a whole other animal now. Like, we've gotten
Mm-hmm.
from being in 1v1s to just 1v1s and that being an individual mind game to now the 1v1s are merely the back end of the story. Like, that's your final chapter and epilogue for the next season. It's what mental math goes up to that point in time. Who can drop a grenade first?
Yep.
Who can find the odd positioning or the pick? And we even saw that flashbang that
Yeah, big flashes.
nullified two Vanguard members in a 4 versus 2 on the door. And Barbaric just straight through them, does not stop, gets on the Hot Rider hog and just puts pedal to the metal. It might as well be the Demon Ghost Rider himself, because the flames he left behind in his carnage was 2 members laying on the floor and then re-rotating back to his position of strength before being removed.
I do find it interesting, though, talking about differences from Bowl to Bay 5, is we really haven't seen many straight-up 1v1s around a site at the end of round. It's been more like 2v2s, 1v2s, and the buddy system has worked, especially for Vanguard so far. They've had numbers at the ends of rounds that they've won. They've been able to set up crossfires. They've been able to take fights together, trade each other out 4-round wins, and that's a big difference, because Strix was a 1v1 god on Bowl and hasn't been given such opportunities on Bay 5 so far, because Vanguard is playing these end of rounds a lot smoother, a lot smarter, and even with the fast rotations, they're quick to call off a plan around A, run to B, set up around fuel, set up in the corners around B site, and Unknown have not been able to catch them out for the most part.
It's a really good point. And the one thing that we spoke about in the conversation with Box and the Vanguard side before the match, we favor this person, the ones, we're ready to back our lead killer. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I actually don't think it needs to be just that. I think that being there is something absolutely as a good team dynamic and a good sort of team form to work towards. But they've all shown that everybody has their
Yep.
own little bit of success. Out here bopping, respectfully, in game 1 looked lost. In game 2, looks so much the opposite. It's unreal.
Mm-hmm.
Boppin looks like a duck back in home territory, swimming around the pond, being camouflaged by the weeds in the corners and the reeds and the rains, because it doesn't matter whether he's called Boppin or Box stood next to a cardboard box, because you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It's amazing, some of these positioning spots that he's got into, and I would like to put it on the back of something that we don't see too much. Blake Dahlia
Mm-hmm.
has been holding this middle lane down like a goat so far, honestly. If you know Bay 5 and you know the origin of how Bay 5 has played for the last couple of years or so,
Mhm.
that middle lane allows so much agency in playmaking where you can go through green container to B, sandwich to A, slant to A, double boxes, triple towards their
Yep.
spawn, playing fire escape, weird rotations even around fire escape to just lose people in 1v scenarios. That middle section of the map is so essential if you want to make negative numbers or low numbers plays work on Bay 5 that Blake Dahlia is honestly just doing the Lord's work when it comes to Vanguard's side from this match so far.
And we've seen the fast rotates A to B because of that middle lane being so opened. And I'm wondering if Unknown attempts anything different when it comes to their positioning on the defensive side to maybe close off the middle of the map. Because I think back to that flashbang play where I think it was Undead or Barbaric, one of the two that advanced and found that opening 2K. And with set plays like that, I think Unknown, more than likely, just being a top team, have more in the playbook. They trust themselves in just the individual mechanical duels, but you need a deep playbook at this level of arena, and I'm sure Unknown have it. And so I wonder if we see more of those set plays going forward.
It's a really good point to make, actually. The Unknown side, with their veritable experience across all of the
Hmm.
members, as well as, like you said, that individual confidence in their own skill. We talked about the 20% carrying your own weight in the team. Something you can do to carry your own weight for your teammates in a team from a coaching perspective is the idea that when you are confident in your gameplay, your teammates can be confident in your gameplay.
Yep.
So they're able to ask something of you in a split decision like that and know that you can convert. For example, that play you made about Barbaric, that might not necessarily have been orchestrated from the Unknown side. A call out is given from a teammate. That flash is good. Like I
Hmm.
see that flash going off in front of two members that have just stood still because they cannot see. They are pressing D on the keyboard and just walking into scenery. They're gone, eliminated.
Yep.
Barb, can you push that? There won't have even been a response. It's just, it's not, can you push that? That's them saying, you are going to push that. Go out there and slam. And Barb doesn't hesitate, neither does the teammate to ask it. And that's what opens that window of opportunity. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for hanging in with us through the technical apologies, but strap in those seatbelts. If you don't want to catch whiplash, we're back with the action.
Enough of this pair of waffle makers up here, just seeing what we can talk about. But that was a very productive discussion about what Unknown can do. And as we do get into round 6 right here, Kirk, the lovely man that he is, did talk to some of these players, get some quotes before this third day of competition. And Barbaric did say, with regard to the Unknown roster, that one of their biggest strengths is their focus, being entirely on strats and being dynamic as a team because they know their strength as individuals. So they've come together, pooled that collective knowledge, and they've set up a decent bit of a playbook. But Boppin, straight up, just bests Barbaric, the guy I was talking about in a 1v1 to start round 6.
I mean, everybody knows the first line to the song. We're in the back alley and we out here bopping. Well, he is this time around. Barbaric finding himself bounced for the first. It's a fast pass to the bench. 3-2 Vanguard finds himself up by 1 on the attacking half as well. Bomb and Scratch on that front door, currently being pressed by Undead. Oh, wow, down to the floor. Undead goes, tries to dolphin dive his way out of success, but does not find his way out. Clutch puts him in the ground. Cruisin's fine bopping in that back alley position. Now to try and retake. The second in Clutch finds Cruisin unaware, but Cruisin catches him with a mag out.
He was playing his namesake right there. Cruisin was zigging and zagging around the back alley and dodges bullets before eventually giving Unknown a 3v2 position with Scratch Killer, really the lone player around the site, and he's got the bomb in hand. I'm wondering what the plan is here for Vanguard.
Well, this is normally the point in the round so far where Vanguard's Blake Dahlia would have found something in the mid lane. Now, Scratch with an aid in hand gets himself caught. Strix pushes the audio. And that's going to be the round all but said and done. Blake needs to get across quickly. Strix is going to put bullets down, but only take off half of Blake's health. Blake needs to swing aggressively into it. He's going to find himself caught between 3, and that's going to be the round going in the favor of Unknown.
Time just slipped away from Vanguard there. They started off the round so well, but one key kill that drops the bomb with Scratch Killer getting caught out by Unknown, that derails the whole plan for Vanguard. You saw them slow down. They weren't sure where they were going to go, and it's 3-3 out of the break. Unknown have come back unfazed.
Unknown have actually doubled down, not just been unfazed, they have evolved. So that mid fight that had been going in the favor of Blake Dahlia has been adjusted to by Unknown. They're just deciding not to take that fight anymore now. They don't need to win the gunfight to keep the pressure. They just don't need to lose it specifically. Vanguard also, that's twice Scratch has been caught with that particular smoke on their door being pushed on the audio. So maybe an adjustment from the Vanguard side. Maybe need to try and find that smoke thrown from somewhere else. Or look to a different strategy for success. Alleyway is going to be defended by Undead as he stays as such for now. Also living from the second. Little tickle. Clutch has got to be careful here. He's all on his own, and the two members closest to him are not ready to support. That's better positioning from Clutch now.
I like the shift from Unknown here. They were playing on site and off alley in the last round, and that allowed those early picks to go Vanguard's way. But here they've taken control of alley, and now they can move on to A. And Undead even taking more space here. Is looking for a cheeky flank and catches out Box, bomb in hand, staring down A site. And this should be the round all wrapped up for Unknown. Poor Blake again is in an awful spot. Does claim 1 kill at least, and has time to work with here, but this is not a spot you want to find yourself in.
Well, how many ones is Blake Dahlia going to be given? Currently, right now, Unknown are not playing the greatest of safety when it comes to isolating this. Blake is doing a great job of being able to duel with Barbaric, but unless he's able to find the headshot, it's not going to matter. And Barbaric does one better and takes it down first. Unknown closed their 4th round out, round 7 in the bag. One more round before the side swap. You've got to think from Vanguard, Bepic. We've got to take this one home to have a good chance going into the half.
And these slow pushes into A sites aren't working. I think when they play with speed, that really is when they look their best, Vanguard. And we've seen them play more methodically out of a break. I think that makes sense. They probably set something up that, unfortunately for them, has not worked. They've run up against a brick wall around the A site. Unknown have done well to deny any real space, especially in that last round where they took full control of alley. And now Barbaric's posturing around the middle of the map. Don't find any immediate duels here, but Vanguard again are playing it's pretty slow.
This is a more controlled approach, shall we say? That's what I like to see. I am extremely curious. Okay, this is what I was curious about, is we don't see Blake in the mid position that we normally do. Blake is all the way around in hell right now, creeping some B info. This is potentially a fake to switch up, and you see Barbaric. They've actually, both Unknown and Vanguard have adjusted to this play. Unknown has read this perfectly. Barb, normally playing some agency off of that A site, is now holding this top mid angle because that's most likely where contact's going to be. Barbaric, one of the Unknown members that's normally first into the action for their quick skills with the gunplay.
Scratch Kill's looking for anything, though. Any info to act on. And I wonder how long it takes until Vanguard realize that their play has been read. It's a nade in. It will be in the general direction of Undead, but nothing found there. And Undead will push through and be taken down by Clutch, so maybe it is an A hit after all.
These smokes are so dangerous. It's not at all. The fake's coming out, and this is the A to V switch, and the thing is that the Unknown lineup have kept members on that side ready for it. Sleek finds one, Bopping gets caught in the rotation, trying to burst through mid. The bomb is all the way around on the back of Box. One apiece, Strix and Scratch Killer pick up one for themselves. Box's closest challenge. Sleek on this left-hand door frame. Sleek has been all over it all day long. Box is pre-firing the wrong angle. He's going to try and run past it. He's going to run into Sleek instead.
That stings, because the play was there. They knew Sleek was in the area, but just missed the timing on the kill, and even the fights. I mean, there were no bullets sent in Sleek's direction. He just finds an attacking player with back turned, and that's a successful half for Unknown. It slipped for a second, and then we took a break. And then they won 3 straight. I think that maybe they were able to talk things through, make sure they were stable for the conclusion of that first half, and stable Unknown was.
Interesting to see in the side swap any changes to kits. We've not seen any deviations from this very strong meta for the time being, which is mostly running assault, doubling down on your high penetration ammo and your scout, your marksman, and then having 1 or 2 enforcers to be able to tank the majority of the damage, depending on how you want to play. You play more at distance, you go for the better ammo. You play more DQB battle buddy style, you go for the double enforcer backed up with the scout with some strong ammunition. Smoke over here on the forklift side is going to see the bomb being predicted onto this B site, actually. It's a good
It's
smoke.
interesting because Vanguard, they never once went for B straight up, and so far it's unsuccessful for Unknown. They take out one of their own players, do find Scratch Killer, but this is scrappy already for
Blake, look at
Unknown.
them. They're literally inside of the smoke. Barbaric's back is turned to Blake Dahlia. The two of them here, when this smoke dies, are going to go down. He's inside Bepic. He's in the corner.
Smoke is fading, and Blake Dahlia finds the first. Should take a second, but Barbaric stops the plant, turns on Blake, and has made this a winnable round after it was looking dire for Unknown. Barbaric won't plant and sees Undead fall elsewhere. This 1v3 is huge for Unknown. They can make it 6 in a dire situation, but they need clutch from Barbaric here. Has found one duel, downs Boppin. Does he know where Box is? I don't think so, but does escape from fuel and will rush away, bullets flying his direction. He's headed for A.
It's done. I'm almost convinced this is Barbaric territory all over. I hate to say it, absolute hate to say it, but this is Barb on a tear. The fact that he wins the first one when he gets that into... Yeah, he's 1-1 left. Don't be putting your face shield up in this moment in time, Barb. Now's your time to clutch. You're on the main stage and you've got one left to make some magic happen. It's you, Boxes and Box. And Box gets obliterated. Barbaric with a ridiculous play after Scratch is found in the smoke. Stealth Assassin denied. And Barbaric balls his way out of the B site on over to A.
That was set up phenomenally for Vanguard. We saw Blake Dahlia get that first pick on B site once the smoke faded, but couldn't take down Barbaric. And that was the pin for Vanguard there. It was taken out, the round exploded in their faces, and... you think back to that one Blake versus Barbaric duel. If Blake wins it, it's Vanguard's round. If he loses it, we see what just happened. Barbaric was brilliant. Unknown are in prime position to win Bay 5 here.
Yeah, and I think we've got to give that rotational gameplay excellence to both teams now. Unknown showing us they're quick with it and slick with it. Moves like Jagger when it comes to being able to manipulate the bomb site control. Now, 2 members down on the Unknown side from this round number 10, actually deep into it. Vanguard find themselves in an advantage again. The Unknown attack has been weathered exceptionally well from Vanguard so far. It's just been closing it out again, as it was in Bold that's seen a little bit of struggle.
Barbaric again, just peeking around corners, see what he can find, and does find a Scratch Killer, but there are still 2 more Vanguard members hunting for Invo. Boppin is jumping about, and I don't think he spotted anything, but Blake Dahlia sees Undead, and Barbaric, just like that, is all on his lonesome. Strix comes back to help through, and is playing maybe through connector here. We'll see if he gets aggressive. Sees Blake Dahlia, and that's info for Barbaric, but again, it's a 1v3, and he will start again by taking down Blake.
Ground control to Major Barb, ground control to Major Barb. 2 enemies left in the operating area. Barb says, Roger that, boss man. I am on my way to hunt and delete as many as I can. He's going to get the plant off here. I wouldn't be surprised if they give him the plant either because of how much space they're giving him. Saying that, he's going to bait Clutch in, and Clutch is not going to make the same mistake as he did the round before. Barbaric able to take one for the first, but in the second, not being given the same chance. I would like to see the Vanguard members playing together there. That's very dangerous, isolating ones with Barb.
They really didn't learn, but at least they still trusted their individual skill that for Clutch to get that one-on-one kill with Barbaric. Maybe a sign of confidence on the Vanguard side, but I'm with you. I mean, after just one round before, you gave Barbaric those isolated 1v1s. He made you pay completely. I'm surprised they didn't try to play together, just play a trade, because I mean, there's no real economy here. You don't really sacrifice much by losing players at the end of rounds, and they still play a part.
I'm going to say excuse us for being literal, but the play was barbaric in all senses of the word, both player and skill level. We're looking now, as we move on into round number 11, with seeing very much of nothing other than, well, a blast in the past, some nostalgia and some goblin gas. There's a little bit of a Spider-Man spice in front of the A site, stops vision, does not stop cruising, finding just unknown amounts of insane kills through scenery. Barbaric for a backup 2, Box 1 back onto Sleek. Box in the alley is going to get deleted. He's not care. Cruising's a bit too high on the free fire.
Okay, we'll slow down for a moment here. Unknown have all the advantages in the world in a 4v2. They should be able to close this out. Strix realizes that this is looking dire again for Vanguard. They finally get a round win on their defensive side, but Unknown respond immediately after.
Makes sense. A good choice. An adjustment there. Honestly, Unknown really did need to shape things up. That B-site
Yeah.
approach was being read so exceptionally well from Vanguard. You would be amazed to see them just double down on it again and again and again. So the A rotation comes out instead. Vanguard do find themselves a little bit lost in footing in the opposite side. Excuse my words. Fumbling over themselves there. No fumbling from the hands of Unknown.
7-4 here. Unknown is in a good position now. Just one round away from a match point. We'll see how they attack this. The bomb is a ways away from the rest of the field, and we're trading out players here. Blake Dahlia catches a stray from Cruisin' right at his head. And Unknown could push this advantage here. They'll plant, I believe, on A, as they've only got 2 players there, but Vanguard have no idea where they are.
That being said, Scratch is in an interesting position. Barbaric has to win his challenge on front door, and Undead has to win his challenge on point. This looks really sour really quickly. Undead does win his, and Barbaric wins theirs, and that is Unknown winning out the round. I'm going to say the other 2 members were a fair bit away. If, as Vanguard, you find 2 kills there, 1 on site and 1 on their door, you open up potential to even pressure diffuse and just do it on time and distance they need to close the gap. But that being said, the Unknown side are not going to be caught sleeping on that. Unknown puts himself in a great position with Undead on site, doing necessary work. Not the mega fan of hiding behind scenery, playing low and slow, but it's a tactical play that is absolutely necessary, and you want to secure the round out. I mean, you've got the demon that is Barb in that front door, so you know your back's covered at least.
And that seemed like another set play as well, where Unknown kept the bomb away from action. It was Undead holding it around Van, but there were players playing around B site to just confuse Vanguard, and now it's right back to an A rush here. Barbaric is taking control of Alley. Scratchkilla in a duel at the moment, loses out to Sleek. Clutch has fallen elsewhere, at least. Blake Dahlia has a kill to answer, and Vanguard are holding firm, but Boppin just peeked into 2 blue players, and Unknown have secured Bay 5. Just like that, a flurry of bullets. Unknown go 2-0.
Yeah, I think Unknown had decided that it was finally enough and done with the respect, maybe a little bit of over-respect they were giving to the Vanguard side, and it was, here comes the boom, here comes the blue, and that alley explosion saw them multiple times over and over again, 2 versus 1 fights being leveled in the favor of Unknown. Barbaric, your MVP in the second map there, 12 kills and 9 headshots, a great performance. And overall, it's a 2-0 victory for the Unknown side. A great performance, I think, out of the Vanguard team in response in the second map there. But on the day, Unknown showing us why they're in one of those top 3 places on the table.
Before we laud Unknown with a lot more compliments, did I see Scratchkilla with just 1 kill on Bay 5 right there? I thought I saw just a couple of kills for Scratchkilla there. I didn't catch it because I wasn't looking at the bottom of the leaderboard, expecting to see Scratchkilla's name there. But Unknown held him in check that game after a dominant in the sense of fragging power performance on Bull. Didn't translate into rounds always, but they really did nullify the star power of Vanguard. And even though things got hairy on Bay 5, Vanguard stood firm on their attacking side. Unknown did a very good job closing that out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think commiserations to the Vanguard side. I do think Blake Dahlia definitely stepped up in
Definitely.
Bay 5 there, a pat on the back to maybe fill that gap that wasn't as well performed in from scratch. Everybody has a different map. We said this out here. Boppin again went through a phase of evolution from map 1 to map 2, looking much better on Bay 5. But it has to be said for the Unknown side, they weathered the storm. They saw the rise of Vanguard, and then they put down the Return of the Jedi episode trilogy that was meant to come through for the Smashbox hit Blaster to finish off the set. Apparently, it was a no-no. Away you go, 2-0, we'll have it for free. And, well, that's going to be the reason that they're claiming themselves to fall 3 points from our first match of the day. But, folks, do not worry. That is not all the entertainment we have for you today. We've got 2 more amazing matches coming up very shortly. The next one being featured on screen is going to be Hpl Na taking on Eclipse, and that's one to look forward to, right, Bepic?
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. A solid battle in the middle of the table. The winner positioned themselves so nicely for performances tomorrow and next Saturday that could really turn the tides of the HPL NA table. And you would want that in the middle of the season, day 3 of this tournament. This is where stuff gets serious. This next one is everything serious.
Yeah, this is the crux right here and right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, time for a little bit of a break, all right? 7 minutes. Get yourself up and out of your chairs. Go grab some hydration, some nourishment, and remember to reinforce those all important seatbelts so you can be back for the action right after this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are here for round two. That's right. If you weren't able to catch us for our first match today, then I'm sorry you missed it because it was an absolute
Yeah.
banger. But don't worry, we'll recap you for it. We are Hunt Premier, partnered up with Battle State Games. I'm one of your casters tonight, Cracked Wisdom, joined by Mr. Bepic for the first time. Welcome. Are you enjoying the scenes? And have you had any thoughts to go into game number two?
I have enjoyed the chaos that we have been able to witness here. It's only my first map calling arena in about 6 months now, but the chaos factor has remained. The skill has only improved. The knowledge of those nade lineups are so impressive. The defensive posturings I'm enjoying so much. When a team has a read on their opposition, it's so cool to watch unfold. Just the puzzles that you're placed into and how you have to work your way out of it. And I mean, we saw a great start to the day between Vanguard and Unknown. Unknown, though, proved why they're one of the top dogs in HPL NA right there. Vanguard looked good, but not great. Unknown were great all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of you wanting to keep up to date with the New Dawn and Aspect matchup, that one finished with exactly the same scoreline in both. So a 9 to
Wow.
3 victory in both map 1 and map 2 for Aspect there. Sees them also successful 2-0 in their first map of the day. So both games, the one featured on screen and off screen, going in the favor of the Titan on the table for the time being, Bepic. Are we due for an upset in game number 2, or do you reckon it's going to be the Titans coming back again? For those of you at home, folks, not aware, we've got Hpl and Eclipse fighting off against against each other here in our second featured match of the day. The match playing off screen for this one, alongside of that, will be the Zenith versus Master X matchup. So Hpl versus Eclipse, Bepic next.
I think of all the matches on stream today, this is the most likely series to end in maybe a draw. Because Aquila has not yet really been tested by the top competition. I'm not saying Eclipse is the top competition, but they drew with Master X when they played, and I think with that result in mind, there's a good opportunity here for Eclipse to at least find a draw on the board. And this is an even series. I think compared to the last set where we knew Unknown were the favorites coming in, I think there's a good chance for Eclipse here to maybe grab themselves some significant points.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, Eclipse are looking at a tough one coming into this head-to-head right here. We've got Eclipse and Aquila looking to really establish themselves for something at this moment in time. And the reason I say that is, well, when I'm looking at this first NA HPL League season, where we are about 2/3 of the way to the middle of the way through the season here, versus where we were in the EU season, where the new teams were introduced, the likes of the new Those Friendly Guys roster, the Pandemic roster, the Decoded roster, which is the one I'm going to sort of attest to right now. Aquila, to me, feels like they're in a similar position as Decoded did after the first week. Like you said, that draw there, one apiece into Master X,
Yep.
shows them being able to stand toe-to-toe with one of the four Titans we consider at the top of this table. And that makes me feel like Eclipse have got a lot to have to do against Aquila today.
And say this is the time to step up. I mean, Bay 5, you see what you can get on a classic arena map against Aquila, and then you move to your map pick for Eclipse. We'll see what kind of strats they have on Fort, why they're so confident in electing to play Fort today. That's why I chose it as my background. It's one of my favorite maps to watch, especially after it released a couple of months ago. It's beautiful to look at, but also there are so many intricacies to the map, whereas Bay 5 is fairly figured out as far as maps could be figured out, I think, in the pool, but there's a lot left to learn on Fort.
Yeah, Cracked is sad. Skybridge stays banned into the books for the time
I'm
being. We're
sorry.
not going to see Cracked's favorite map for the day, but that's okay. We don't mind that because we love to see the magic and the action in many a different flavor, including, like you said, that newer map there in Fort. Just a glimpse into the potential future of many other maps or ideas we might get to see coming forward to EFT Arena in the near couple of years or so. But that being said, let's have a quick talk about the two teams' rosters and lineup. Aquila today are going to be standing up. We've got Shelby KB2, Trevi FPS, House, Yuki's, and No Technique with the substitute players It's SVJ and Nova X. It's SVJ, ladies and gentlemen, for you at home, to be known as just VJ. It's VJ. That's right. It's VJ. So just VJ for you guys at home there, folks. And then the Eclipse roster is going to be coming in with Winter, Dead the Myth, Windchill, Jade Jones, Ghost, and substitutes of Tippy and DNA.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch players step up here. Trevi, I am familiar with, got to watch them play on LAN a couple of months ago, and I always look at LAN experience. I mean, it's not the same as online, obviously. You're playing from the comfort of your own home, but I feel like if you can perform on a LAN stage, then once you return to your home setup where you are more comfortable, more than likely, ping difference or not, you should be able to translate that to success on the map. And so with that in mind, I think Hpl Na definitely stand here as the favorites, but I am so excited to get this underway, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got Winter, Dev the Myth, Windchill that are all exceptionally skilled players.
Yeah.
Okay, many a talent across both base game and arena. Seen many of those players in their solo endeavors being successful in either hunt tournaments previously for base game or other even adventures as far back as when even myself previously working back in the face-off days with Shifty. This is pre-inertia and the lot, folks. Okay, so we're talking years and years back now. Some of those names that have been in the scene playing the game since the beginning. Okay, the likes of people as old as Walker's forehead is shiny. Okay, years and years worth of time out there. Nod to Walker, who's helping us out with some of the facts and the stats for today, and another wonderful Hunt Premier member who's looking forward to getting the EU scene kicked off, ladies and gentlemen. I had the fortune of speaking to some of the EU guys this morning in the Hangout channel down below in the Hunt Discord whilst we were waiting for the NA action to kick off. So, folks, if you're out in the chat there and you fancy getting involved in chatting with some of the pros or even just getting intermingled with some of the key figures inside of this community scene, then get yourself an exclamation mark Discord in the chat, join the Discord, and then jump into that Hangout channel on game day, because on match days, there's tons of people looking to just chat, throw shade and sledge across at each other about how they're going to beat them in the day's matches and loads of other cool things. So if you want to get involved, don't forget exclamation mark Discord to get involved in there, and also exclamation mark socials so you can keep up to date with everything that's going on Hunt Premier, right? We've got X page there that's going to be littered, filled, and flooded
Yep.
with stats, score lines, team results, the standings, and all of the other action we've got, including giveaways, which you can potentially earn through the stream. And I believe exclamation mark giveaway, Mr. Bepic, is something that will tell the chat at home when we are and will be giving away some goodies throughout the broadcast.
That's your benefit for paying attention, watching, making sure you're listening to our lovely voices. Just exclamation point giveaway. See what we're conceding here out of Hunt Premier. I don't think you can get away with that Walker stray as well. You tried to cover it up by waffling a bit with the giveaway talk, the Discord talk, and you did compliment him as well. But Walker's catching strays. We're not even halfway through the broadcast right now, and he's caught his first one. But fair enough. We do appreciate the support that Hunt Premier has given the arena scene with the stats, with the fairly high-quality casters, very high-quality production, and just pure fun that we're having around the scene. And quality arena gameplay as well. At the top level. Cracked, I think we're ready to go. It's a run back of A5. We're just changing out the 10 players a bit.
Yeah, Walker, I'm way more proud man than me being able to wear his bald head out in the open with pride. I hide mine with a hat, can't complain. And as we speak about that, we're not going to have time to talk about heads, because, oh my word, speaking of heads, heads will roll as 5 players sit down early on into the first round of ECL versus AQ. Eclipse and Hpl Na right now looking to let war happen over this A site. And as we can see now on board, including minimap up on your top left, folks, there are 2 players still hanging around that mid lane. Yuki's finds a great pickup into Ghosts, and the bomb has been planted.
Dev is alone. Eclipse just have 1 player left, and he knows where Trevi is. Trevi's playing it slow. You can see the barrel Dev can, but will elect to sprint around the corner and see if he can't pop this defuse while nobody's looking. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but Trevi's been caught, though Dev didn't know he was running up. Still somehow finds the kill. And all right, we're off and rolling in this 1v3.
Yeah, 1v2 now. First down, like we said, the first is free in the 1v. Now NoTech is going to create a sandwich of doom.
Okay.
Deftmith somehow gets the kill onto NoTech. Yukis is playing Dome in the corner. All he has to do is to get up and step and stop the diffuse. Yukis does come through with the swing. Okay. For a moment there, I thought we were going to see robbery. I was a little concerned that Yukis did not trade with okay. We'll let him off. I don't know, man. That's risky. Ooh.
He knew he had time on his side right there. I mean, it takes so long to defuse the bomb. Yuki's knew he just had to sit there in the corner, bide his time. The defuse had to be sticked, and that's an easy kill. Not even risking maybe a crazy swing around. As Dev was looking pretty nutty there for a second, found some immediate kills. But speaking of, Trevi again connects a nade to body.
Oh, and Jones is going to drop one up and over onto No Tech, and that's going to see them falling over by Parkour. 3 members are getting in onto the safe side. Nova takes a swing. That's a great kill from Nova onto Jones in the window. Winter's going to come up and support from Office. Ghost going back to Ali. 2 guns on board of Ghost. Now Nova and Winter trade one apiece. 2 versus 2 and 40 seconds on the clock.
Yuki's and Shelby playing offside at the moment, holding similar lanes, but Ghost found maybe a 1v1 there with Shelby, has grouped up with Winter here. And now we're just playing a ring around the rosy. Who peeks first? It's Shelby first that goes down, but we found a 1v1, and Yuki's cleans up round 2.
Ladies and gentlemen in the chairs and in the audience at the back, if you've got a Yuki's sign, get it up in the air. That is 4 kills in the first round, 1 short of the ace, 2 in the second, and Yuki's is off to the races when it comes to kills. Triple the amount of kills the rounds have already gone in the game.
Impressive closeouts as well. Hpl looking strong at the moment. It was Yuki's to find the last kill in round 1. Last 2 kills right there in a big moment where things were getting scary. I mean, there were 4 players in extremely close proximity. Yuki's didn't blink, though. That is a great finish. And Hpl already looking like the favorites.
Both Jones and Winter doing a great job for the Eclipse side right now, especially bearing in mind it's been 3 A-site hits with a lot of aggression in a relatively similar fashion. This smoke to the alley right now, Bepic, is doing a great amount of work for Hpl, being able to get access. Jones is currently trapped inside of the office with 4 red members ready to annihilate him as he steps out, and there goes Jones, taking a rest whilst he watches the action on this A-site develop in front of his eyes. Winter's now going to take up that position. Okay, this smoke is still here, Bepic.
It's effective, well placed, it's lasting a long time. The bomb is down, and it's well held by Hpl, even though Eclipse still have numbers to attempt this retake with. They're at a 2-player disadvantage, make that a 3-player disadvantage. This is an impossible ask of the Eclipse roster. Windchill will, I'm sure, see what he can get at the end of this round, but it is ultimately nothing. Hpl took sight and never let go.
Flawless round comes through from the Hpl side. We see not a single member falling over under the assault on that A site. And on the attack, as we spoke about before today's action, Bepic, if a team knows what they want to do, if they have that quick pace and the authority to just take sight and dominance through good execution on utility setup, then it normally ends in success. If that bomb is down within the first 30 to 40 seconds, the attacking side, as long as they didn't lose too many casualties, get in there, normally sees, well, this is going to be quick on the front door. JJ Jones is in a really great position, but he's caught running away. Back up from Windchill's huge, though. That's a double from Windchill on the door.
The individuals are stepping up for Eclipse now. There is no easy A take for Hpl this go round. Instead, it will be labored, though still a possibility. Trevi is in, again, a clutch situation here. 1v2, full health bar. Winter and Ghost are all that remain of Eclipse's well-set-up defense at first. The first 2 players that engaged covered each other's backs nicely, but can Winter and Ghost do the same? They know where Trevi is, but Trevi doesn't exactly know where the entirety of the Eclipse roster is here. Let's have an inkling as to where Ghost is at the moment, as they've sent bullets each other's way, but Winter is posted up, and there is all to do for Trevi, so he elects to do none of it. The lazy bum he is, he'll just run away to B.
I'm so glad you said that, actually. Trevi was doing such a good job there of not giving a fight to either of the 2 members whilst trying to get information on both, so he knew where he could pick the bomb up from safely. He knows he's going to have the maze challenge. Trevi nearly finds the dome of the maze positioning on the prone action there on the corner. Unbelievable game awareness from Trevi. He is going to get time to plant this bomb on site. The 2 members are coming from red, and he's going to have to win a 1v2 swing or isolate the one. Trevi on the left-hand side. Ghost comes round and nails the headshot, and that's going to be Eclipse closing out there first.
That was so much built-up drama, really, for nothing. Trevi made us think maybe the 1v3 was going to happen there at the end, and then Eclipse have to hustle all the way to B, the bomb goes down, but it's all for nothing. They play the 2v1 well, they group up together, they play their numbers advantage nicely, and that's a great closeout of their first.
Do you have an Apple Watch, Mr. Vepic?
I do.
Then you'll understand. Trevi's just making sure everybody gets the steps in, mate. That's all it is. That early morning workout and exercise, crucial to the exceptional talent of these professional players here. So Trevi just making sure everybody's got the reps in for the day. Good to see. Back on board now in round number 5. Hpl find themselves 2 in the advantage, but I think they'll be a little bit disappointed to have lost that one there. Trevi almost made magic happen, and Yukis is going to go out early, one of the big fragging members from the AQ side so far, finding an early seat after a grenade lands in his pocket.
No extra steps for Yuki's in round 4, or round 5 rather, and I am waiting for the day where in-game steps do count towards fitness goals in real life, because unfortunately in the gaming world we know how important steps are outside of gaming. And, well, Nova taking out Winter with a nade. That's the first drop for Eclipse, and no real guns have been fired out of Hpl. They're just sitting back, took a couple of engages, lost a couple of members, and well, they need to connect some bullets to Eclipse players soon if they want to hope of taking B. And there we go, Trevi.
Oh my days, the big swing out of the mid lane, and that's that mid control we're looking at, and Trevi is just going to cement his feet here and hold down the ground for as long as he can. Playing info on the 2 outside already. Knows Jones going to push him. He's going to have to be ready for it. Jones is authoritative about the swing over. Gets traded off from the info. Windchill on contact. Comes back for Nova that takes out Jones. Now, 2 versus 1. Shelby has 35 seconds and 2 problems to have to deal with. If he can isolate one of these kills here, he puts himself in a great spot with that bomb planted to have tempo. First challenge is going to come in. Ghost is going to get support. Windchill on the shoulder. Ghost decides he doesn't need it. Pixel perfection poking through the angle.
As he was retreating too. That's a bit absurd. The window to get those bullets through the minuscule gaps was closing quickly, but Eclipse now, that's 2 straight. I was thinking, okay, Hpl, look, phenomenal start off their attacking side on Bay 5, but Eclipse, when these rounds have gotten chaotic, have weathered the storm very well. They're happy to rotate A to B, retake that site after the bomb's been planted, and well, that's 2 rounds in a row for Eclipse. Well, 3-2. Hpl in a good spot. We'll see if we can't keep this going for Eclipse, though. I would love a lengthy Bay 5 here to open up our series. This is Hpl map pick, though. Do keep that in mind. And we always talk about the advantage of starting out on your defense side. Should be able to take advantage of that, grab some extra rounds, and then maybe see what you can get on your attacking side in the latter half. Jones, an early pick, an early couple of picks. That's 3. Won't find the 4K, but Windchill closes down A, and Eclipse have put up a brick wall.
Yeah, that's honestly just some exceptional play out of Jones. He got into the wrap position late behind that box tucked in the corner, and he also peeked extremely late, even waiting for all members to flood into the site, almost faking that he's not there. Trevi, however, is going to find himself the pre-fire of a century on the top of mid to delete the first challenge out. He's now found himself a 1v2, but the problem is he's found the 2 members from the Eclipse side that have shown us that they have a flawless performance closing the round out. The first is Ghost. That almost saw Ghost, Windchill even actually was jumping there, taking his head off in the jump peak. There's no way there's a nade still for this.
Dropped it.
Trevi.
Okay, nothing there. Still jumping around the forklift. Any info? Nothing for Trevi, really. Just an HP bleeding body. Hpl not in a good spot to prevent 3 straight for Eclipse. The blast pack is down. Trevi the same. Eclipse get 3 in a row.
That's so unfortunate. You see the dead body where the bomb is on the ground that Trevi snaps to on instinct below him just because he sees the first model he sees, just in case the guy's crouched down there, and he shoots the dead teammate instead of the guy stood just behind him. Some good positioning from Eclipse there, actually, to help throw off the last remaining member. But one thing I'm taking from all this Bepic, Hpl might have lost themselves 2 rounds, but Trevi does not care how many people he has to deal with. He has victory in his sights regardless.
It seems like all of Trevi's kills have come at the end of rounds in 1vx situations, and hasn't won all of them. He's been put in next to impossible situations for the most part, and well, I suppose Winter will alleviate Trevi from that pressure this round with first blood going to Eclipse.
That second goes as well as Jones takes that one too. Nova finding himself pinned on that door frame. The second for Jones as he's been popping off this map. A5 seeming to be a little bit favoured for the Jones territory. 12 and 6 on the scoreboard as Yuki's does finally shut him down. 2 versus 4. Hpl not having the numbers advantage, and here comes the flank as Dev Demith is behind Nova. Yukis is the last alive and trapped with too many problems to have to deal with. Dev Demith finishes it off, and Eclipse find themselves the 4.
What a tear. Jones was the lone member lost that round, but has posted 12 kills up into this point, has been holding A site phenomenally for Eclipse. All of the land that Hpl was able to purchase early on in this half, they've lost since then. Eclipse are showing some resolve after things got tricky, after Hpl opened things up nicely with a couple of clutches, just some solid round wins. Eclipse have countered in suit.
Yeah, absolutely so.
Oh, they've read this.
Oh boy, Dev Demith for 1, Dev Demith for 2. Wow, Dev Demith big.
Wow.
Ghost wins his fight onto Yuki's on the forklift as well, which should not be happening without a return frag with the bomb there. Just Eclipse being more than ready for the match when it comes. Whoa, Trevi does some magic work with the box. Jumping, not high enough. Winter. He's going to finish that one off.
Anything here? Shelby's just posted up at the moment. They've got time to work with. Maybe an isolated pick or a back turned could open some sort of door. Shelby will get a kill to their name, but that is all they get. Dev shuts that down with a round MVP as well. That was clean from Dev around B.
Yeah, I think the Hpl lineup need to reach into Shelby's shoulders and just give him a little bit of a shake to wake him up. This is unlike Shelby to be dropping a performance where a donut is changed to a single peg from back shots from an unaware opponent. Shelby not normally one to be scared to get into a fight or even struggle to win them. To be honest with you, shocked to see a slightly less stronger performance here on Bay 5 from Shelby, but it's not necessarily been needed when Hpl have been doing well. Actually, look at Trevi and you look at Nova and Yuki's a piece have been doing some exceptional work. Little bit of knowledge for Nova, by the way, folks. We talk about mental game affecting some of these players. Nova is not one of those members that will ever see that affect their gameplay. A stoically undeterred member, like dead set on victory. It does not matter how dire the scenario is. His perspective on it is, it's win or why am I bothering to be here? Wow, Trevi wins the 1. Oh, my word.
It's traded though. Dev will find a couple actually. Dev's coming alive on the attacking side of Bay 5 for Eclipse here and is looking for more in back alley spots Nova downrange, but Nova will duck behind some cover though. Loses no tech. This is a 3v2 for Eclipse with the bomb down. If they close this out, that's 6 straight.
Yeah, in the side swap with Eclipse now on the attack, this is a really strong open for them as well. It is 3 versus 2, so not as favorable in the numbers as they had previously, but Yukis and Nova are going to have to make magic work together. Nova, that is where Nova is good. Hunting, on the prowl, looking for fights to try and engage. And Kite's a little bit away into the office, trying to cross the angle. Does get across as Ghost is not quite prepared for the fight. Re-swing and Nova finds the dome, the third, and the eyes of Nova, and nice. Not quite lighting up in the back of alley. Down to the 1. Dev, Yuki swings aggressively. Dev gets out of the way.
Okay, that's strange. A lot of bullets missing at the moment. Okay, Dev does clean it up and finishes the round for Eclipse. I was worried for a second. That was looking very skittish for Eclipse. They were losing that advantage that they had claimed for themselves. With the bomb down, yes, but they did force Hpl to play that quickly, and Dev used that to his advantage, took some cover, found the fights that he wanted. Eclipse have made it 6 in a row. This is unbelievable.
Actually goes for a really smart play there. Grabs the MCX off the body to 1 for ammo, but 2 to make sure he's got a better bullet and fire rate when it comes into re-challenging Yuki's there, and it does. Center of mass MCX, big bully bullet, banishes the last member of Hpl out of the round, and they are 6-3 up in the first tier. No Tech finds a ridiculous pick 1 versus 3 on the parkour boxes. He gets the second, Nova's there for the backup for the third, and Hpl start turning it around. 5 versus 2. The bomb's going to come into the back door and get deleted by Nova. Ghost is no longer a ghost. Consider himself exercised. You're out of here. Jones, last left alive, finds the first onto Yuki's, and he's got 4 problems left to deal with.
Surely this isn't possible. A 1v5 ace clutch for Jay Jones. They look good. Got 13 frags, and like that 14, they're making this a little bit more of a possibility. We were talking about magic earlier, and Jones would need to pull a rabbit out of a hat here if Eclipse want to make it 7. We'll end up healing up just a little bit now. Wants to make sure they've got all the HP possible with a minute left and 3 members of Hpl to deal with.
Good positioning here on the site, just left of the close fuel container, and Shelby's going to play that angle defensively. Does not need to peek out. Checks the inside corner from Jones. He knows he's going to be peeking into Shelby.
Okay.
Shelby swings it on tempo with a good timing and claims the kill. That's the Shelby that Hpl would be looking for, and that sees Hpl claiming their first round in a little while. 6-4 now.
Hey, better late than never to stop the bleeding. They slapped a bandage on the open wound, and now they can work their defensive side. And Eclipse had a great attacking, or they had a great defensive side themselves, but they found early success on the attack. Finally, though, Hpl takes some agency in the middle part of Bay 5, and with that advantage, they closed things out. It was a bit more labored, I think, than they would have hoped there with Jay Jones putting up a big fight. But Hpl get a round win, and at the end of the day, that's what we're here for.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Speaking of what we're here for, there's only 1 member of the ECL lineup here on B. 2 Hpl members holding it off. And actually, Winter's just trying to draw as much attention as possible here, and not one of the Hpl members has rotated across to respond to it just yet. We do see a red Hpl member now sort of probing the way towards Maze.
Oh.
Deb the Myth is going to nade his teammate.
Okay, that's surprising. I mean, shooting your teammate, it makes sense. It's tough to tell sometimes who's who, but you got to know the positioning of your mates. And for Eclipse, I suppose it hasn't come back to bite them just yet here, as it's still a 3v3. Shelby was blocked there by the edge of the scope of Jay Jones, so Jones knows there's someone in the area and eventually figures out where Shelby is. Ghost drops elsewhere. Will stick in an even manner. 2v2.
Yeah, this is a crucial rotation as well. The Spectator on point right now. Some great work from production as No Tech is currently fighting player versus player for control of the B side. Trevi finds the rotation onto the top middle, coming out of Maze. That's going to be an Hpl round, actually, as that was all going on both sides of the map. Such a strange round for the folks at home there. For those of you being able to keep up with the minimap at the same time, you see a fight developing over the B site as player for player. They were trading space, rotating around B. You saw the Eclipse member go all the way around Harbor to come back into the B site that No Technique takes out. Then goes back through parkour to find mid as the rotation from that A site action that we saw on screen was happening. Closes the round out with a good flank position from Trevi to cover off the top of mid. 1 round separates them now, Bepic. ECL find themselves to 6-5.
As close as it gets, and Smoke drops alleyway, but Yuki's finds a connection with their grenade still, though. It's answered back. Eclipse are doing well to, at the very least, keep numbers even. As Hpl will find their picks, but now it's a hustle play towards B. Ghost has the blast pack on their back, and Nova looks to hold and connector. Takes 1 down, but turns away at the wrong moment. Yuki's from a distance, wants to take out Windchill, but there's nothing there. Though Hpl have themselves a man advantage.
Windchill's going to creep through green container so he doesn't make the metal audio as much as possible. Yuki's
Whoa,
getting
hello.
shot out from behind. Yuki's somehow surviving a chicken nugget with 1 wing missing now. Yuki's runs away straight on into his teammate, and Shelby says, here, let me end the pain for you.
Put him out of his misery. Eclipse, I'm sure happy to see that in the kill feed. Blast pack down, and they have themselves a manageable 2v2. Playing around A, and a player way off site, but Trevi might know where Jones is. Do they completely? It looks like they do. Watching that angle, and we'll get out. Maybe trying to use footsteps to confuse Trevi here. Either way, this is an awkward setup for Hpl to deal with.
30 seconds, 25 now left on the clock. Trevi has to find this soon, and instead he's going to
Oh.
find himself a seat on the bench. Jones puts him out of this one. 2 versus 1, and Shelby needs to make magic now. Gonna end up stutter stepping at just the wrong timing. Windchill finds that one, stepping out of the alley and closes the round out for Eclipse. 7-5. They push the lead back to 2.
And it's good to see we're going back and forth now. It's not just strings of rounds put together, with momentum being the only factor of success on Bay 5. Eclipse got their 6 in a row, but now Hpl are going back and forth, chipping away at this Eclipse lead, and it's been a good defensive half. They seem to have a good read on where Eclipse are going with things, and their holds are firm, even though Eclipse have gotten a couple round wins here. Hpl are always in a position for a retake or a manageable 2v2, 3v3, 1v1, whatever it takes.
Yeah, Jay Jones has been putting in a crazy performance in Bay 5 here. A grenade goes off first for 1. Dev the Myth going down now. Jones gets one back onto No-Tech. Smoke in mid, sees Jones rotating back towards that smoke to try and find a different approach onto this site. Windchill, getting information on Yuki's. Trying to bang through the bus, doesn't find success this time. Faking off this A door.
Oh,
Bomber's playing really deserves to be, though.
Okay, we're just playing ticky-tack arena at the moment. Bullets fired, no one really knows where anybody's going. There aren't many connections, though. 2 members of Hpl have dropped. It's an advantage for Eclipse, and now they make their move. Pushing the bomb towards B, it's going down, and Hpl have to play retake again.
Yuki's just holding the good defensive position. I'm surprised to see him give up Maze there, actually. Winter takes out Trevi as Yuki steps out. A little bit more space given up. Ghost is going to find Shelby, and it's all on Yuki's now, and this is where the trouble comes in. Is there's so many problems to deal with. Windchill's going to close that one out, and Eclipse move themselves onto map point in the first.
And those are the team kills you want to see for Eclipse. The celebratory ones at the end of rounds. And Jay Jones, a lot to celebrate here. 20 kills in 13 rounds here on Bay 5. I stepped up big time for an Eclipse team that coming into this were on paper underdogs. And Hpl, they're getting caught out on their map pick right now. Not a good start to this best of 2 for them.
Yuki's has, however, been consistently doing some great work with those grenades coming out of the spawn there. Again, another one goes off in the face of Winter to nail them out of the round here. Windchill quickly equalizes the disturbance, though, as no technique goes down.
8-5 here. Eclipse, just slow and steady. Playing around B again. They found a lot of success around B recently. Especially that last round. There was no real attempt at the retake from Hpl. They couldn't penetrate even into fuel, and Windchill playing around site right now as the bomb makes its way around back, but Hpl have a read on things. They're playing a structured defense now, but Windchill will break the foundation apart with 1, make that 2 kills. Trevi was looking the wrong direction, and Windchill made a meal of it, but still found the frag.
An interesting one on board there. The corner gets caught. We see Yuki's is again the last left alive in a 1 versus 4.
Jones is down. Last pack is 2, and this is tough. Yuki's in a 1v3 can make this happen, but they need to isolate fights, and it's not really being given right now. Good job by Windchill, watching from connector, but Dev doesn't need him. That will be the map win confirmed for Eclipse, and they do it without too much hassle.
Yeah, what a crazy performance out of the Eclipse side there. And like you said, one to watch out for Hpl, and potentially one of the few matches today that might see itself going one apiece. Well, I think going into the second map, Eclipse might fancy themselves for a full force victory today here, with themselves starting off on the Hpl map pick with success. A great performance out of Jay Jones there, 21 and 12 at the end of that match. A top frag performance nonetheless. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe that's going to give us a short moment to take a short stretch so that we can go get ourselves refreshed before we rock on into the next map. So, without further ado, we're going to save you the waffle because we had a lot of it between the last one. Off you go, ladies and gentlemen. Go get yourselves fixed up and ready for the next match. But do not go anywhere too far because you've got 3 minutes to re-up before we come back, rewind for some more action where Eclipse will take on Hpl in map number 2. Don't go anywhere. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We told you we wouldn't be long, and we do not fib here on the Hunt Premier channel on Twitch. That's right, we're back, partnered up live, and a big shout out, thank you to Battlestate Games again for partnering with the Hunt Premier to be able to bring you guys the first ever HPL Na season. And ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the first of 3 this year, okay? Whilst we're winding up for our second match between Hpl and Eclipse going into Fort, folks, it's a moment to remind you that your calendar could do with a little bit more permanent marker and Sharpie on it this year, okay? The EFT arena scene is not just expanding with how much talent we've got in the pool, but how much more events we've got to bring you and entertainment on screen. You get to see the likes of our beautiful faces, myself, Cracked, and Mr. Vepic, a bit more often this year because we've got so much to offer you. So, get it marked in. We've got 3 EU seasons, we've got 3 NA seasons, we've got 2 EU elimination tournaments that have already been announced, and maybe many, many more on the horizon, okay? So get your calendars marked out. Make sure you've got yourselves locked in for being here for the action because it is going to be non-stop, and we're going to be here for all of it, right, Mr. Epic?
Absolutely. I hope you're entertained so far because there's a lot more to come. I love the amount of support that Battle State is putting into Arena's esports scene, helping organizations like Hunt Premier put on great tournaments, high quality productions, and giving these players a place to play, rewarding them for their support of the game. And I mean, they reward us right back with quality arena. Bay 5 between Hpl and Eclipse was nothing short of complete entertainment. A tight first map, and I think Eclipse, I mean, taking that first map on Hpl's map pick, have set themselves up for a big upset here.
Yeah, and I mean, it was off to such a strong start from Hpl. It was almost like we saw a similar scenario to the first match that we got to see today, where both teams little bit weak on the footing to begin with. Hpl got off to the races better. Yuki's dropped 4, 1 short of an ace in the first round and 2 good kills in the second. And, you know, the Hpl side looked very strong, but Eclipse not just only weathered that opening barrage, an assault of success, but they also swung it all the way back around without letting too much slip once they'd kind of figured out the kryptonite to the Superman performance that was coming out of Hpl early on. So the question is, it's Fort, it's the other side of the table now.
Yeah.
Can Hpl play that proverbial game of ping pong and give the overhand shot back on the opposition map, and maybe just put a curveball in the net and throw them off for themselves to level it back 1 apiece? Because I mean, that's what they've got to hope for now. There is no 3 points on the table anymore for Hpl. It's now 1 apiece in the Hpl mindset, or for Eclipse, well, double dipping into pockets.
Those 3 points. That's big on the table right now. About halfway through league play at the moment. Actually exactly halfway through league play at the moment as we go into our second half of the league season. And for Hpl, I mean, we're enthralled to see if they can come back here. And I'm thinking back to a quote that Kirk nabbed from NoTech, talking about how this roster of Hpl has not been together very long. And so with that in mind, let's see what kind of resolve they have, what they can pull together here on the second map of the day.
Yeah, before we fire into the action, we're going to have to delve it in a second. ECLJ Jones is going to start off where they left off. The first kill coming from a grenade onto Shelby. This one in the opener to 4. Winterfell went onto Yuki's as 2 members from the Hpl side are now taking a rest in the first round on this map. A shout out to DePsycho. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the winner from that giveaway, DePsycho Kitty. If you can at one of the mods in the chat, or even better, get yourself a Discord ticket created to claim yourself your giveaway prize. Congratulations. Nice. For those unable to win this time around, keep your eyes peeled for other chances. Jones is up on the table. Oh my, and that's it done.
Psycho Kitty, a lucky someone today. Thanks for supporting the stream, supporting Arena, supporting Eclipse so far as they are running through Hpl still. Round 1 on their attacking side of Fort goes their way, and that's just off of straight up kills here. The bomb didn't even go down.
I mean, it's confidence, and this is one of those maps being fought compact. You said a fan of it yourself as well, Bepic, you'll know it. This is one of those maps that does not leave the tame-hearted with any favor or room for failure. Jones's head dangerously peeking over the top of that ramp there. Not quite being able to find enough damage to knock him over, though.
Treppy's been beaten up a little bit. Right around the chest area will hurt going forward. That doesn't stop him, though. Taking out Jay Jones. But Eclipse still losing members left and right. This is an opportunity now as Eclipse actually find a way back. 2-2. Trevi and NoTech. Dev versus Ghost. And it looks like we'll get our first plant of Fort.
I am very interested to see how this 2v2 plays out. We talk about crucial points in the game, turning points, those cruxes of tension. This is it right now.
Whoa.
Trevi jumps up onto the box, and
Whoa.
Trevi wins a belter of a 50-50 with Ego on top of that into Ghost. Now, Hpl Na need to show us what a couple of teams today have struggled with so far, and that's closing out that numbers advantage. Trevi and NoTech. Trevi showing they were the Titan on Bay 5 in the death.
Oh.
But Dev Demith also, never mind. As far as Trevi, well, get in the wheelbarrow, son, because you're being kicked out to the skip.
I can't believe Trevi found that kill. Hopped up on a soapbox and proclaimed loud and clear that he was playing around the A site. That's unbelievable, and it ends up winning Hpl of the round. That was the opening kill of a 2v2 where Hpl had everything against them. Eclipse was set up well, they had the bomb down, they had control of sites, and yet Hpl find a way back. And something tells me we're not going to see the same kind of streak out of Eclipse that we got on Bay 5 here on Fort, even though it is their map pick. Hpl have come to play.
The no technique factor has been activated. Trevi is the turnaround Titan, it seems like, but now he's in for first blood. Trevi is just unkillable right now. What is that?
Plot armor is what that is right now. Trevi became the main character in between Bay 5 and Fort, and already 6 kills. We're only halfway through round 3. Trevi is on one at the moment, but Eclipse will attempt to plant here. Well, I thought they had cover, but Nova thinks otherwise. Uses a frag grenade to great success, and Winter is left all alone.
I just got flashbacks of the old days of Worms 3D and the holy hand grenade from the heavens. Oh, as it drops mid-bomb plant and nails the guy on point. Winter finds one onto Yuki's though, and that box that was occupied by 2 is now by 1, as Shelby finds the final kill, pushing in and closes that one out. What a cool little series of events that was on the A site, and some great plays by both sides.
All the kids these days love a good Worms reference. So, way to pull that one out, as the entirety of Eclipse are now sleeping with the Worms. But they get to respawn, a kind benefit of playing video games instead of doing this in real life. And they are down a round now, so it is getting a bit sticky for them.
Yeah, it might be a slightly different worm, but there's worms going on all around in gaming at the moment. It seems like after the contest mode, Destiny 2 dungeon from Sundered Doctrine was all about the Hive Gods and the worms. There's whole worms all around, it seems, now infecting the scenes inside of Tarkov as people are sleeping with the worms when they pay the price of their life. It's going to be action inside a round number 4. Hpl find themselves around in the lead again early in the game. Hpl are finding themselves authority. The question this time is, how long can they keep this lead for in comparison to the previous? And DJ Jones, my friend, we might as well be calling him DJ Jones, because the second we start talking praise of Hpl, he hits us with a remix.
Oh, no tech. Backing off now. The song, the record scratches as it grinds to a halt. He backs off, but it begins playing again. Dance with death for everyone challenging No Tech here around Spiral. We'll get out to safety, reposition, and then move back into the face of Jay Jones. It's an even 3v3 again. All the action is around B, but meanwhile, the bomb's gone down A.
Yeah, I mean, there's the comment in the chat there from Lil Italy saying Trevi's mustache is like a tier 5 armor plate. Well, it might be right. I'm seeing a mental image right now of Trevi's mustache being so wide that it's the handlebars to the Hellhog. He's going to have to ride his way out of hell inside of that kitchen position to be able to survive here, and he doesn't. He rides as far as the Ghost. Instead, though, Nova for 2. He's cooking. Nova versus 1. Jones inside of the hole. Oh, Nova. Have you got it in you? He doesn't. It's Jones.
Big closeouts. I thought Nova, they were moving with pace and confidence, but Jay Jones, again, it's a step-up round to get Eclipse a W on the board. And we're still going toe-to-toe here. No fast starts for either side. It is as back and forth as you might like on Fort. Both sides have players stepping up each round. Trevi and Jones steal the spotlight a lot of the time, but Nova right there was on a heater. We've seen Dev previously step into the spotlight with big moments on Bay 5, but here so far is killless.
Oh, no tech for the first. That's a quick first blood into Jay
Wow.
Jones. There's Trevi for Dev the Myth, and this round is being opened up very quickly by Hpl too. Fast out into cannons, though. Winter comes the other way. One's going to go round back through spawn. Winter's now looking up through secret into dark. Wind chill pressuring No Tech on Mini. No Tech gets the first. Winter finds connector. No Tech finds Winter.
All right, well, we'll halt for a second. The smoke will abate No Tech's progress into sight, but Ghost, not done yet. Takes down Yuki's and is all alone on a 1v4, running away from B. The action again migrates towards the A site and all of its boxes. I'll give Ghost some cover, but there's not much you can do against 3 advancing Hpl players. That's a nice fake. I like the idea, Ghost, but Trevi calls his bluff, runs in, wins the duel, and Hpl claim their third.
Yeah, I think Ghost actually trying to hope that he was a ghost there to be able to get that bomb down. I think invisibility might have been the only thing to be able to give him a safe plant at that point in time with 3 problems on the other side. Still left to chase him down, but good effort nonetheless. Again, you love to see it. The player's mentality can be very well visibly seen by their body language or their play language, as we call it. Still trying to win them right in the depth in the 1v3. Still not giving up. So both sides still very close in this one. Hpl only up by 1 point, but it has seen them looking much better in the opener of the rounds than we did in the previous map.
Oh,
wow,
Jay
Jones caught on the hot up. Oh.
Well, been there. Timing is not on our side. Jay Jones is feeling hard done by, I'm sure. Right there, we'll drop the first of round 6. And Dev firing off some warning shots, making his presence known. Maybe baiting Hpl into thinking there's a play mid, but No Tech and Nova take out a couple of big kills. Winter playing around this spiral position, finds No Tech. Will claim a little bit of space here for Eclipse, but it's Winter themselves that have to take said space, and now the walls are closing in.
Honestly, the most accurate metaphor I think I've heard all year. The walls really are all around Winter right now, and all around him are unfamiliar faces. I mean, the Sound of Darkness might be the next sound he's about to see, because there are too many different angles to cover here. Nova, wow, one down.
Maybe a second one here. If Winter's going to go down, he's going to claw as many bodies down to hell with him as he can. Hpl still have 3 players remaining. Winter has to heal up, stop the bleeding for a moment. That blast pack is ticking away. It needs to be picked up by Winter, who wanted an isolated duel with Trevi, but that is a demon in its own right. You can't just take a 1v1 with Trevi. You need to outclass him in an individual duel, and right there, Winter could not.
Yeah, you got to remember when it's in a 1v1 versus Trevi. Technically, it's a 1v2. It's 1 versus Trevi and his mustache. The mustache clearly more than man enough for a second person in that fight there, which sees Trevi coming out so strong. Not only just majestic in his gameplay, but glorious in real life. Great to see on screen. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, many of these players in these teams also take time in their solo endeavors to stream on Twitch. So if you spot anybody that you like the gameplay of, the likes of Trevi and so on, then please do not be afraid to drop by and drop them a follow as well.
I think the real question is how many meta points is Trevi's mustache worth? That's got to bleed out of the allotted margins, but somehow Trevi makes it work. But it's Yuki's doing a lot of the heavy lifting here in round 7. Hpl off to a fast start. They want to make it 5. They're potentially en route to a great first half and maybe a win on Fort to at least escape with 1 point. But Eclipse do bite back. Ghost and Wind Chill, 2v4. What have they got in store for us?
It's such a crucial round that I'm not going to go into it, but there's some really, really important information in the moment coming in from that 90 angle where Yuki's is playing for the aggressive push. Wind Chiller's got magic inside of his eyes, though, as the first and no technique gets obliterated by some swift click movement.
I got info. I know where Trevi is. Again, it may not help you, even if you can't isolate a duel, as Trevi's playing away from the pack, but Windchill still has to kill him, and that's an importantly difficult first step. Windchill is firing bullets, given nothing. Trevi will add to their kill tally. That's 14 for them in just 7 rounds total, averaging 2 per.
So, I had the fortune of bumping into Yuki's halfway through the week here and asked a couple of questions about how he thought his games went previous weekend and what things and what maps were something that they thought were challenging them. We had a conversation about this angle from the 90, playing behind that pillar down garden on the A site where it's so strong to be in that angle quickly and push in that if you peak quicker than the other two coming out with the bomb there, you can get 1, 2, sometimes even 3 kills quickly. And Yuki's was saying that it was something that was hurting them on the defensive side, but not something necessarily they were playing into on the attacks. And now seeing that adjustment, they've obviously made that change due to that conversation and other thoughts as well. So good to see that one being swapped up there and a good assessment of how that site plays. Now a nade goes down onto Yuki's. Trevi, however, stands strong as always inside this central part of the map and Colt.
I like that they're adjusting Aquila, because with the point that we brought up at the start of this map, with Aquila being a fairly fresh roster, that's important to be able to do, is to call out those previous errors and learn from them. You always turn your losses into lessons, and Aquila seemed to have done that, especially in this individual series, as on Bay 5, it was difficult for them to find anything after they strung together 3 rounds, but now they've got a man advantage with the bomb going down around a site. Windchill makes it an even 2v2. Dev forces Nova to 1v2 clutch now, and with 60 seconds left, now bomb isn't down, so it's easier for Nova, especially now that they have isolated fights, and Windchill is tail tucked between legs running away.
Now this is Nova all day long, especially in the 3D chess match. He's going to trace this audio. He's going to figure out exactly where Windchill's going. He's going to realize the second he doesn't hear footsteps up here that he's gone back the other way, and Windchill is going down towards the safe site. Now Nova knows full well he has to clear this gap. He's going to expect him. He doesn't have timing. This is the game awareness. He knows he's there already. Nova plays it safe. He's got a left-hand swing. It's hard, but he times on the run, and Nova is simply outplaying him inside of the dome.
Nova's not playing with the broadcaster client, right? It doesn't have X-ray to know exactly where his opponent is. That's an absurd finish. I mean, the bullets went right through him as he peeked around that box. And 6-2, Aquila have made a statement on Fort's first half.
That's that never give up mentality from Nova there that sets them apart from other players inside of this game. That it does not matter what pressure is put on them in the situation. Stoic. Just stood still, composed, and ready to commit to the play when needed to. I mean, you talk about the peak there, Bepic. It's a left-hand swing outside of that box. It is not in your favor. The only chance you give yourself to fight an even fight is to take the aggression, and Nova does it with confidence.
Burning with confidence, Nova will take out Windchill. Grenade inbound, and the game of hot potato continues. Winter finds a kill with another grenade, but Trevi has taught everybody how to use their gun instead of utility. That's a kill for him. No tech adds to it, and Aquila seem dead set on adding another round to their already growing lead.
My word, Trevi with a very, very dangerous jump peek over the top there, especially in the eyes of Ghost. We know they've been more than magic to be able to hit those kind of shots before. Don't test him. Ghost in the close corner is going to get taken out by a good positioning from No-Tech. Doesn't move, just holds the angle as tight as possible, and that closes out their 7th. Aquila looking to do exactly what Eclipse did on their map instead.
And they do it. I mean, we were going back and forth. It was 2-2 a little while ago. Eclipse had put together 2 rounds in a row after Aquila had the hot start, and since then, everybody on Aquila has taken over. I mean, even Yuki's, who only has 2 kills on the board right now, has still found moments to be incredibly effective. Those 2 kills came in big moments for Aquila, and now that they're sitting at 7, all the pressure of maybe grabbing 3 points out of this series sits on the shoulders of Eclipse, who are already down a player, but Winter does get one back, and actually, Eclipse do well right now, playing around A to make sure there is no easy entry this go-round for Aquila.
This was the difficult scenario that we were talking about with Yuki's, though, midweek, when 2 or 3 of your members go down quickly to that garden aggression and a good placement on site. Now, what have Aquila done to adjust recovery from this situation? Nova is trying to work. Yuki's is ready for his man down garden. Holds his ground. Discipline, does not overcommit. That's 1. If they can isolate another member, they bring it to 2v2 and start putting odds in the favor for them to think about the round. A good grenade from Nova sees him unfortunately picked off trying to rotate away, and the bomb is down. Now it's left on Yuki's. Constructive thoughts out the window. It's just a 1v3, which is 3 1v1s for Yuki's if he can put it together.
And that bomb is down kitchen, watched intently by Jay Jones, who's been incredibly effective for Eclipse. But Hpl with one player left, can they do in this clutch situation? They can get tagged up early on. That's what they can do. Yuki's is sitting at half health right now, bleeding away, and Jay Jones will put him out of his misery. Eclipse won't die just yet.
Now, it's a good round there for Yuki's to take his time. As an Hpl team, you are 2 rounds away from closing out the opposite map. Let's take a moment to talk about it, assess the bits you did wrong. Let's say, what are we going to do the next round? As Yuki's there, you might even potentially choose just not to fight people there. You want to play back, play the timeout, just lock it in, because you're only 2 points away from success at tying it up 1 apiece. The Eclipse lineup right now, obviously, are not going to want to give them that time. They want to put pressure down as quickly as they physically possibly can to try and level back up this scoreline, especially now the first round. How many more in a row can Eclipse put together? Jay Jones, off of the momentum, has always looked good, and he's taken out that unmovable force in Trevi. Now for the second, and Jones.
Hello, lot of action.
Oh,
Tunnels around B here. That's a quick one for Eclipse. As soon as you blink, the round is over. It started off with Jay Jones getting aggressive down ramp, and from there, it's spiraled.
It's not just a quick one. That's probably one of the quickest rounds we'll have seen inside of the record books on any of the maps here in the HPL. That one was rapid. Jay Jones with a triple in the back end of that round eventually. Not altogether 2 decisive ones to open it up, and then one off the back of a couple from teammates. Sees them killing all 5 Hpl members before there's even a thought to which site they're going to, let alone whether we're planting or not. Now, this time around, the A site approach has come with exceptional and excessive amounts of force. 3 defending members. Trevi deletes Deb the Myth on entrance. Poking through the smoke. Winter is going to get taken out by No Technique.
Through the smoke, just caught a glimmer of Winter, and that's enough for No Tech. And as much pace as the last round had for Eclipse, Hpl come right back, push the pace towards A, and now it's just Jay Jones and Ghost to see what they can do in a 2v5, and the health bars on Hpl side aren't too shabby. Trevi's chewed up just a little bit, but outside of that, Hpl is sitting pretty. This very well should be the 8th.
Nova throws the grenade onto that headshot angle and gets success. Ghost was playing by Cave, and Nova goes to throw the second, but Ghost repositions. Instead, Nova picks him up with a weapon. Another ECL kill comes through, but it's Jay Jones left alive. Nova for the team kill onto No Tech is going to find one. Jones finds Trevi tucked in the kitchen out of madness. Oh my word, 2 versus 1. Jones? Yuki's is playing himself in the real deep position here. This is tough. Is he going to swing on one before he doesn't? No, oh, Nova!
Clean finish. I mean, you had the numbers advantage in a 1v2, even though Jay Jones has been great today. That's not a position you can give up. With the bomb ticking away, Eclipse was in a terrible spot to retake right there. That's near impossible. So great job, Hpl. They let that one slip for a second, but were able to get the grimy hands back on their 8th round and a match points on 4. A map point, I suppose, as it would be a draw for Hpl, but hey, that's a win for them after how Bay 5 went.
It's a great performance out of Trevi, a great performance out of Nova, supported by another good performance out of No Technique as Winter goes wild for a 3. Here comes the storm. 4th goes down for Winter. No Tech is there to back him up, but that's going to be the round done for. Winter had eyes for the 5. He gets frosted over at 4, but a cool showing it is nonetheless.
A blizzard burst into kitchen right there. Winter, with a massive start to that round, have kept Eclipse in this thing. Just down by 3 rounds. Putting together 3 in a row is something in Eclipse's wheelhouse. We saw that on Bay 5. We saw 2 in a row earlier. I believe they've now got 2 consecutive as well, so they have to keep it going. But hey, at the very least, Eclipse, they're showing life here at the end. They're showing why they should still be in the conversation for a 3-point performance in their match today.
EFT Arena X Game of Thrones? Is that what's going on right now? Oh, Jay Jones for 2, Windchill for 1, Deb the Myth. Oh my brother, this game is not over yet. 8-6, Eclipse have done with the timer. It's deathmatch and destruction in the eyes. What is going on?
Again, I'm not certain these players don't have X-ray on right here because Eclipse is running into kitchen and into lobby, and they're just pre-firing. And I mean, the last round, I suppose 2 rounds ago now, Winter got those 4 kills just by firing bullets into tight quarters, and Aquila were just running into the firing of Winter. It's a firing squad set up from the defense at the moment. And Eclipse, with this aggression, again, found themselves back in this thing. Winter's got another.
Okay, I see the problem.
They keep going kitchen.
There's a single player that's absolutely running circles around them right now. Trevi is the last left alive, and it might be the one member needed to take it over the line. He's gonna have to do something monumental in a 1 versus 5 to secure this. I'm talking like we're already out of the round because Eclipse found themselves 4 frags within the space of 10 seconds. That it's all down to one great cemented anchor gameplay. Oh, Trevi, you do not want to step into that box right now.
Trevi's taking it so slow here. Has time to work with, but Eclipse. You're right, Crack. They've got it set up perfectly where Trevi just puts 1 foot in here. He's a dead man walking. Actually takes 1. Hasn't yet planted that foot in the box. Has downed Winter now. And we're in for some Trevi magic here. I can feel it.
10 seconds per player. There's enough on the clock to do this. The bomb's in a terrible spot. But if Trevi can make work onto this guy close here, that guy there. No! Oh, it was so close.
All right, Trevi. Good effort. That's good effort. But now we've got to lock in here. Aquila need a good beginning to the round because that feels like 3 or 4 rounds in a row now where they've just lost 3 or 4 members within the first 15 seconds of the round beginning. And that those kinds of losses you can sustain when you have a 3 or 4 round lead, but now not so much. Eclipse, I'm sure, are making Aquila sweat right now as they could force overtime with a round win here.
Watch kitchen. Watch kitchen.
Watching.
And he goes. He's already there. 1 down. Grenades the guy into the door frame. Again, the second inside of kitchen is dead. Again, this 2-man push from the A site from Eclipse that is swinging left so aggressively is doing the same thing. It's not different. It's the same over and over again. Aquila just need to wait out the timing. Trevi is going to play his part and kill someone in mid, but it's just the setup. Windchill finds something out of nothing. How do you hit those ones?
Nova finds a couple. Now it's a 2v2 just like that. Eclipse, maybe feeling this round slipping away just a little bit. Winter has to dodge some bullets from Nova. And now things are getting weird around A. Winter's playing off-site right now, but so are Aquila. And Yuki's has been found out, though Nova claims 1 back. Winter is down, and it's up to Ghost to force overtime now. Nova's got a mostly full health bar, and Ghost is in a similar position. They're tagged up, but they're not downed, and that's significant here. 45 seconds left. The bomb's being held, and a smoke will be dropped to allow Nova, maybe simple picking up of the bomb. It's not going to be easy. I'm sure both will be fired through the smoke. Nova's been hit, but does grab the bomb. Might be able to get it down, but Ghost has realized that and has moved back to A site.
It's no nonsense Nova, but he's going to get peeked when he puts the bomb down. He doesn't realize he's out in the open, and Nova gets caught in the animation of the bomb, and Eclipse are going to take us to overtime. Nova, absolutely everything in his hands there, was not willing to let it go, but it's just not quite enough. Ghost, with the positioning and the rotation at the crucial timing, finds himself in the right spot to pick off that bomb plant.
That's a 6-1 run for Eclipse. They were essentially down and out. It was 7-2 for Aquila. And now we're in overtime. Unbelievable resolve out of Eclipse. And Aquila, they're on the defensive side now, so they can stop rushing kitchen, but that is a virtual hell for them. They have been cooked there now. 4 rounds and counting.
Honestly, there are so many individual members on this Aquila lineup when put under pressure that are popping off. It makes you wonder where have these members been in the early part of the round. Trevi, there's one of them getting taken out by Windchill to open up with. Nova, they're responding back, though Windchill is traded and shut down for only 1 apiece. Nova.
Okay, Shelby's down as well. Aquila are bleeding members now. No tech's tucked into a corner here. Winter will advance, and the pre-fire is unsuccessful. No tech didn't have the timing, and Winter reacts fast enough to grab a kill. Now Nova in spiral will down Jay Jones. The bomb is planted, but Nova is inbound, has support from Yuki's, and Dev is alone. Bomb is on their side. 40 seconds. Need to tick away for Eclipse, but Dev is far away. Hpl might be able to stick this defuse, but they don't know it. Nova pulls off, has Yuki's guarding. Again, taps the bomb. Dev has to move in here. And they know Dev is right there. It's enough for a trade. The defuse will come through, and Hpl win their first of overtime.
Honestly, I like it. Realistically, immediately, if the 2 on point make the decisive decision, you defuse, I cover you, they get the opportunity to do it without having to fight. The second they fake the first time, they then have to take the 2 versus 1 swing for fear of the guy that's holding the defuse losing that 1v1 fight and the guy having a free shot on you as you get out of defuse animation. So good to see that Hpl did not commit to overcommitting to the defuse under pressure after the first initial attempt failed. I like the mental mind game from both sides there. Nobody unplayed, everybody outplayed each other, and it came through to the numbers advantage as we would expect. No technique for a huge double's going to open the first there. Winter drops a grenade onto No Tech, but 2 for 1, you'll take that one.
No kidding. No tech on a roll at the moment. Hpl, I mean, they looked a bit lost there at the end of regulation, but as soon as we had the quick reset into overtime, they seem to be back, but not for long. Dev and Jay Jones find a pair of kills to give Eclipse a man advantage, but in a flanking position, Yuki's sprays and prays, and the prayer's not answered. Jay Jones escapes with his life.
Yeah, this is the alter ego of Yuki's that pops out on the 0.1% of the chance, which is Dookie's. Unfortunately, now trapped in the middle of no man's land after that unfortunate whiff of bullets there. Yuki's is going to be feeling the pain of that one reeling in the past. Future forward, though, Nova in the 1v3. He has only got Dev the Myth on this side of the map, and that fortune leaves him in a 1v1. It does not, however, leave him on the right side of the map to the bomb.
We'll have to hustle through long and CT, get back to B. As now Nova's behind the play. Windchill is covering this access point to the site, and Nova back off, run ahead, and, well, gain some intel right before losing the round. Good cover out of Eclipse, and they won't blink after dropping the first round of OT.
And here's where I'm scared for the Hpl side. Their stronger side was their first half. Their second half was what saw them losing 6 rounds in a row. And that's where we're going now, tied up. 2 rounds required from either team to see success, or we're going to another overtime, baby.
I'm watching that mini-map. I want to see if Hpl rushes kitchen, or if they've learned from previous nightmares at the end of regulation, and they're getting ready to hustle. This is Eclipse, actually, we're watching right now, but still, hustling out. Eclipse want to take control of mid quickly, and it isn't a kitchen rush this time around. It is a push towards ramp, and Trevi, gets in and gets out, taking out Ghost quickly.
This is a huge play, actually. 3 strong towards cannons, 2 in dark now, 1 up the ramp. Smoke goes off past sight on top of the rafters, so it's not going to do the cover it needs, but Trevi instead will kill his man. The third is more than the match for Trevi, though. Jones down after Shelby trades it out. Nova for 1 into Windchill, and Dev the Myth is the last alive. First for 3 as Nova falls over to the bullets from Dev.
Dev, again, in a clutch situation, but some on the other side of it. Had the bomb down the last time we saw Dev in a 1v2, but this time around, it's Hpl with the successful plant, and Dev with it all to do. Gonna play around as Smoke, and realizes there's a player in the area, but they reposition. Shelby jumps and kills Dev just for some style points, and Cracked, I know you were worried about Hpl on their attacking side, but they've won round 1.
Well, I'm going to say you're right. You're so right, but you're so right with the Cypher too. You called it at the beginning of the round, Bepic. I didn't want to see kitchen action. We saw a Cannons playing the switch up, and actually Eclipse fell prey to a little bit of predictability actually there in a dose of their own medicine almost. We're Mary Poppins styling it up in this overtime section, 10-9. Oh my word. So Hpl have the advantage now. They have 1 map point in their favor. Trevi for the first. Ghost for a double with the nade.
Double doink for Ghost. will take out 2 members of Hpl. What a response to Trevi finding first blood. You don't even have to fire your weapon, and you've already got 2 down if you're Eclipse. But you have lost Jay Jones, second top fragger, but Winter still lives, has been clutched for Eclipse, and we can extend overtime. Eclipse just gets 1 round win here. Sounds easier said than done, but Eclipse are making it look simple.
Shots on towards midi. Ghost wins the fight to no-tech this time around. Position swapped. Show the donut being successful again. Trevi fights Winter in the mid for a great success. Now, last alive though, and 2 heavy bleeds in tow. Trevi has 2 times to have to deal with. 1 the clock and 2 his health bar.
That health is ticking away. And Trevi's got 26 kills in 19 rounds. Is close to posting a 30 kill map. But Tequila have not escaped from Fort just yet. Surrounded by water, it's not easy to get out of here alive, especially when you are being hunted by Eclipse, when your body can't hold blood at the moment. Trevi has that health bar ticking away. Wind chill, upper side, finds Trevi's head, and will extend overtime to at least another 3 rounds.
More action. More
Yes, please.
entertainment, and I am so here for it. Like you said, at least 3 more rounds. So, okay, let's talk about the in and outs of the overtime, Mr. Bepic. Okay, we've seen 4 rounds of it so far. We've got, all right. The attacking side for Hpl, we said kitchen. No. Mix it up, keep it different, we see success. We've talked about Trevi, the Titan of mid. Is that fight going to be won or lost regardless of attacking and defender side? When it comes to Eclipse, Winter, Jones, Dev the Myth, or Ghost, or Windchill. Oh, wait, okay, so the whole entire team, basically, whichever one decides to want to turn up in a round, could be the main factor. The question is which one of them, when, who, where, why, and how, and what have Hpl got as a response? Inside, Jay Jones is getting deleted, it's Trevi!
Of course it's Trevi. Pushing through the middle of the map, finding a pair of opening kills, has been the standout player for Hpl. Yuki's will get 1 more, but Winter is happy to trade Wind Chill out, as it's them and Ghost in a 2v4 to maybe post an 11th, but Hpl, off the back of a Trevi double opener, you had best not be losing this kind of round.
And you can see Scratch in the chat. I'm not surprised he's here to watch the spectacle being put on by Trevi. Another kill Titan themselves, now ready to watch his record potentially be decimated by a top-tier performance out of Trevi in a game where Hpl really need a clutch. Oh, Trevi! He's alive, and so is his adversary.
Plot armor from Trevi still jumping across gaps. I don't know, Cracked, how Trevi lives in these situations, but that's so much intel gain.
That's the point you're making that's crucial, is it's the amount of information. There's a guy here, and I'm not dead for it. Like, it's not even worth me losing my life. 3 members left on Hpl as 1 does get picked off, though. Ghost. Going for a plant. Trevi's going to pop up. Trevi! And Trevi!
I'm at a loss for words with Trevi's performance right there. Got the opening 2, Yuki's found the middle 1, and then Trevi bookended the round to post 30 in 21 rounds of play. Standout performance, and if Hpl escape from this overtime, escape from Fort with a point on the table here, Trevi is the MVP maybe of the day so far, because that would be a big point for Hpl to claim.
Honestly, the chat's voting for an unlimited overtime. At this point in time, with how well both of these 2 teams have been playing and how close this match is, I could watch this all day quite happily.
Yep.
Dev's going up top. Trevi, he's going underneath him. He's going underneath him, and wait. He knows Trevi's audio awareness. Oh, but there's too many. Here comes the brigade. Colt gets filled by problems, and Trevi's got too many to deal with.
Well, if there is a player to claim his first blood, Trevi's the guy you want down if you're Eclipse, and now they flood onto the site. B is theirs for the taking if no-tech allows it to slip through their hands, but Ghost has covered a plant. The device is down 45 seconds until it blows, but no-tech is exploding early around the B site. Winter will put an end to his tirade, but Nova has stepped in to fill his shoes. Dev in a 1v2 can't win the round, and Hpl will get to 12.
just when they needed it at the back ends of the rounds where Nova has been the one to look so good when it's not been Trevi that's up, someone to fill the void from that Hpl side, and Nova coming in with quick flicks and snaps. 2 people get melted by the marksman, and 23 kills for himself, 12 to 10. Hpl find themselves this time in a better position than overtime, one with 2 match points.
Clips have come so far in pursuit of 3 points to jump up the table with, but they now have to string together 2 rounds in a row just to force another overtime. Cracked, you said you could watch this all day. It's up to Eclipse to make sure this saga continues. Need 2 in a row on their defensive side, and they don't have Hpl rushing kitchen any longer, so it's not as easy as it was when they were closing out regulation.
It's Trevi or it's Winter, right? I can see the future! Oh, it's Trevi for 2. Wind chill. Winter goes down. Ghost gets one back into Shelby, but it's been the main middleman that's dominated this Hpl side strength.
Oh.
Well, never mind. All up 2 from Ghost and 1 from Jones.
Jones running around in the middle of an open area, and Yuki's takes advantage of that. Had cover, and will at least make this a 1v2, and let's slow down and collect ourselves for a moment. Yuki's does not know where the last remaining members of Eclipse are, and he will never know. Only an inkling that Dev might have been at the bottom of the ramp. Eclipse get 1/2 of what they need to get us to another overtime.
Everybody cancel your plans. Get rid of these Saturday ideas of going out on the lash for a few drinks. It's done. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be here for a little while if it looks like anything to be said for it by the Eclipse lineup. We are 1 round from overtime number 3, and that means that it's just more time for everybody to break kill records. Speaking of broken records, Trevi on 32, ladies and gentlemen. Trevi, take a bow, sir. That is a titan of a performance today from you right now. Backed up by a novice Nova performance to nail another double. We talk about them and they're blessed instead of cursed. The casters in the bench today bringing gold to the screen as Nova finds a double. Dev to myth for 1 back, 2 back instead. It's 2s all over the map.
Eclipse have some talent when it comes to losing players early and still finding a way to stay relevant in the round. And that is the bomb down on a site, and not the kind of down that Hpl would prefer. They need to pick it up and plant it still, and they have time here. We have slowed down, and Nova has run ahead, found the device, and will escape through smoke, through kitchen, and will move towards B, but Eclipse know exactly what's happening here.
This is such a crazy rotation, but it's not going to find itself any free advantages because it's been matched very quickly. Trevi left, right, left, does not find himself success. Jay Jones again cements that middle corridor for the Eclipse lineup. The change in the success inside of that middle corridor also attesting to how Eclipse are managing to keep themselves inside of this match. Control here is crucial. Nova for 1, 2 apiece. Yuki's crosses and gets across. Ghost finds Nova. Yuki's in the 1v2. Diffusing. Nova. Oh my word! I am so confused that I'm calling the wrong name. Yuki's? What? There's no way! The first bullet on the bomb. Bepic, what was that?
I have no idea. Yuki's just curved bullets through the last 2 players, propping up the hopes of Eclipse there. What a closeout. It's just 2 overtimes, but Hpl stave off a hungry Eclipse roster with an absurd clutch with the bomb down. I don't know how they did that.
I'm so lost and apology. I owe Yuki's a big one. I'm gonna get my head taken up in the back for making the Nova call. That was ridiculous. That was such a play at that moment in time after Nova had done that consistently all game long. And Yuki's had 2 chances himself to be able to make it that hadn't gone through. And then he nails that. What an insane 2-piece on the bomb from Yuki's to close it out. Wow.
And it wasn't like the defense didn't know where Yuki's was coming from. They knew Yuki's was coming from ramp side of sites, and they still couldn't take him down before he took both of the last remaining members of Eclipse out. That is an insane finish. I can't believe we were treated to that, correct?
I need to reset. I honestly need a mental reset. We just need to whoa, hold up a second. There's swear words in the chat. I'm not even surprised people in chat are losing it. I'm so unbelievably blown away. You want to talk about play of the game? I tell you what, that right there is undoubtedly the play of arena history that I have seen right now. That two-piece, the first bullet execution onto the bomb diffuser was out of this world incredible.
And then they transferred the spray to the person that was shooting at them from the get-go. Like there was time for that kill to come through for Eclipse, and they couldn't close Yuki's out. That's how quickly he transferred his spray from player to player to end our saga on forts. I had to watch that again on the Twitch stream. I'm so glad it's delayed so I could see that again, and I'm still in disbelief.
Honestly, somebody's going to send out adverts for me for catching flies at this rate. I'm so lost. I need to recover my jaw from wherever it's gone to because it's not here right now. I am mind blown. Unbelievably mind blown. I don't even care at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, about standings in the table that came from that match respectfully, because I could watch just that match as a league game every single day of the week from different teams, and I would entertain it regardless of who won. That was outstanding from both teams, okay? Regardless of Eclipse coming away with a loss from that one, right? The Eclipse squad should as well be patting themselves on the back for a game that was exceptionally well fought for by both sides.
That's not even the final match of the day. That is some of the highest peaks of entertainment you could ask for in EFT Arena, and we got it only halfway through the broadcast cracked. We'd better gear up for that final series because that took a lot of energy.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, lots to come. One more series with the games for you guys right now. So, as always, get yourself up, go grab some snacks, some refreshment, some hydration, and a
Deep
couple
breaths.
of breaths of fresh air. Exactly. You see, the wisdom from Bepic. Guys, let's take a moment just to channel our inner Bepic and we get some control in our life, okay? Not only that, but bring back your powers and charms because we're going to see Vanguard taking on against Zenith, and Vanguard are going to bounce back after a tough match earlier on today. So, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you very shortly after this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are about to be rocking on into our third top tier match of the day. Before we get into too much of the information on that, I'll say a couple of thank yous. First of all, big shout out to Ski Master Timmy dropping the 5 in the chat. Thank you very much for the support. Again, all of the support and appreciation here on the Hunt Premier channel is greatly appreciated and received. Not only that, but it goes in towards making this production so much better so that you guys can just enjoy a better time within this entertainment. So, it's a gift that gives you something a little bit back. So we appreciate you. Not only that, a shout out and a thank you to the guys working hard in the background, in the production. Ladies and gentlemen at home, folks, these games do not run as smoothly as they do, even with the minor hitches that we have for the standard day-to-day use of technology, without some magic men and women on the keys in the background, okay? So a moment to say thank you and our prayers to those working hard on the keys that don't necessarily get to shout for all of their top tier work. So thank you to the production team for Hunt Premier, and also a shout out and thank you to Battle State Games. Again, partnered up with us here for some more arena to help bring amazing entertainment to you guys at home.
Love the shout outs and for these players. I mean, shout out the players as well for putting on a show for us. I mean, we get to produce it, we get to talk over it, you all get to watch it, but the players are doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, hopping into a video game and sweating their behinds off to get wins, grab some cash, and see what they can do for the competitive arena scene. And honestly, Cracked, we saw Vanguard earlier. They looked pretty good against Unknown, but I don't know how they and Zenith are going to step up to the same levels of entertainment that we just got treated to with Hpl and Eclipse.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you would consider it maybe a less difficult matchup in theory from the Vanguard perspective comparative to the team they played earlier on today. If you're looking directly on the paperwork at the facts on the table, third place versus further down the table is simply a different match. That's just how it is, okay? There's no BM or disrespect intended in there, but as Eclipse showed us today, when you're going up against one of those top tier teams, all it takes is just a little, pull a little twig out of the works, do something a little bit different, throw a kink into the cogs, and well, the engine can fall apart and we come to a draw. So it's Eclipse taking home a point apiece in our last match we got to see against Hpl after an absolutely astonishing finish in a great overtime match. But enough waffling, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a quick look at what's coming forward in the future. First of all, the schedule. Bepic, lots still to come for today and further after that.
Definitely. It's only day 3 of the 5-day event to seed these teams apart from each other. And I can't believe we're almost finished. This day has flown by. And if you are wondering, off stream, Zenith and Master X did result in a Master X victory. They were able to come out on top of that 2-0. And off stream here, New Dawn versus Unknown. Interested to see if Unknown can keep up the levels that we saw out of them earlier when they played this same Vanguard team, who tested them a little bit. But Unknown really did exercise their might towards the end there.
Yeah, so much entertainment, even within this weekend. You've got today's final set of best of twos, one which we will feature the Zenith versus Vanguard game, that New Dawn versus Unknown game playing off screen. And then tomorrow brings you some more. But let's have a look at the two lineups going into this one. Here's the head-to-head for the Zenith versus Zenith roster. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is Zenith twice over. Today we're going to be seeing a mirror match from our team Zenith here. They're going to be able to duplicate, doppelgang, and clone themselves, so we can get to see a completely even match, so we can have that infinite overtime scenario you were all looking for from the last one. Jokes aside, folks, the Zenith roster is going to be Dark Bow, Razy, Church, Buperino, and Internal, with Flixie and Ghost substituting out there. The Vanguard lineup, however, will have been as follows from previously. You will have Clutch, you will have Scratch Killer, you will have Blake Dahlia. My brain cells are going to go to mush trying to figure out which of the two that I am missing from that 5-star lineup, including...
Boppin?
There we go. Boppin, Box, and then the guys on the bench. Now we're really reaching.
Technically, Boppin's the reserve. Played that series earlier, but Snappy Dragon is listed
there we
as one of
go.
the starters, yeah.
That's the one firing in there. So Vanguard taking on Zenith here. Here's a question for you, Bepic.
All right.
Boppin saw 2 forms in our earlier match we saw from Vanguard, right? Good performance and I won't say a lost performance, but definitely feeling a little bit out of the water, or maybe, as first match we said, nervous.
Perhaps. I mean, that was an important opening map against Unknown earlier on Bowl, and Boppin didn't look extremely strong, unfortunately, there, but did recover on Bay 5. And I think Vanguard switched it up a little bit. They were taking more fights towards the middle of the map after they weren't as successful playing directly on site. And that caused Unknown, I think, to think a little bit about, or think harder, I suppose, as to what they should be doing on Bay 5. But Vanguard couldn't keep up once Unknown started making those adjustments. And I mean, talking about individual skill, Scratchkilla had a down Bay 5 as well. And so other players had to step up, Boppin included, Blake Dahlia included. And I'm interested, who carries the load against Zenith on Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. We're back to that bowl matchup that saw more difficulty, shall we say, for Vanguard in the first and the second one. Definitely looking better on that performance in Bay 5. Okay. They looked better on Bay 5. Bay 5 is one of the two chaotic maps. Bowl and Skybridge fall into the range. Fort and Bay 5 fall into chaos. Fort might look like something that Vanguard are going to potentially look to turn the table of the tides on when it comes to not being their map pick. Obviously, the case they're going to pick Fort, they're going to be put, I would expect, on the attacking side first. And therefore, I think that could actually work in their favor. So, the ball is going to be in the Zenith court for the underdogs today. To be able to take home a advantage coming out of ball, I think, going into Fort, if they're going to see any success here. I think if Vanguard take it home in the first game, I think that Zenith are going to struggle to see anything other than a 2-0 loss today. I do think if Zenith can take bowl, I think that will be their chance to be able to take points out of this matchup. No disrespect meant to the Zenith lineup, but I do not see a scenario today where they take 3 points home, short of somebody popping like all the way off out of their skin.
We could see it. We saw it from Trevi in the last series. We've seen players step up that we're not used to seeing step up. And I mean, Crack, you've seen more of the Zenith roster for me. Is there a particular player that could be the one popping off, or are they all around similar levels?
Ray has moments, all right? Ray has moments of glory. Definitely one to be looking for. I'm going to be honest. It's a newer team to the scene that has had some tough matches in their schedule so far. So as to what we've gotten to actually see within potential from these players, this is one of those matches where they have their chance to show. So what we're going to do, instead of, I'm going to, shall we say, allude to some facts from previous, I'm actually going to let the players do the talking for this example for the first time here. We're going to let them show us what they've got to display on the pitch. And the reason being, because we're going to rock straight on into it. So here we go. Vanguard box out here, bopping Clutch, Blake Dahlia, and Scratchkilla for that Vanguard side today. And then Ray, Buperini, Internal, Dark Bow, and Church coming in. Ray with the first, and that's the one to watch out for. There's first blood on this Zenith side.
And Blake Dahlia has gotten extremely aggressive now, propelling Vanguard to flank Zenith. Here, and Box is taking a couple of fights around A, but Vanguard have plunged this first round into chaos already. Blake Dahlia jumps and kills Church to conclude round one. What a start.
Well, the both two teams here clearly watched what happened in the previous game and have decided that entertainment at the highest of its peak is not allowed to go to a lull for a second. Nope. No, Mr. Bepic, we are back on the edges of our seats again, our heart rates in our mouths and our nerves shot to tatters. Speaking of shot to tatters, the Zenith lineup in the first round gets shot to tatters from some rather odd positioning. A massive flank left to right from the outside sees them scooping up the backside of the Zenith attack for some great success. 1-0 Vanguard.
And I saw Blake Dahlia early on in that round rushing through mid, and I was wondering about that positioning, as typically he was playing kind of off towards the side, up at the top of the map next to B site, and holding that angle kind of past the apartments lane, and there he changed up his positioning, but move on to round two here, as Scratchkilla has already been dealt with and dropped, I forget exactly how many kills on Bull earlier against Unknown, but it was up in the mid to high 20s range, and it still was not enough for Scratchkilla, but down early on, it's important for Zenith.
It's going to be a very quick round again with the kickoff. Too many players looking to push into pressured scenarios and then suddenly grinding to a halt. Somehow the bomb is sliding its way onto site for the plant right now from Zenith without too much aggression. Buperini finds one on the clutch. The divide challenge gets taken out by Raze. Blake for one returning. Internal going down.
Whoa.
Raze onto Boppin as deletion comes through. Church finds Blake Dahlia, and that's going to be the round for the Zenith squad.
Hey, you said Raze has his moments. That was one of those moments. A big 2K there to really stop any possibility of that retake from happening for Vanguard. And Zenith are on the board early on here, and that's gotta feel good, especially after being run down in round 1. They controlled the pace in the following round. They got to site. They were the ones dodging bullets, making sure the retake was impossible, and that is a good look for Zenith on their attacking side of Bowl.
Going to take a moment, chat, to just allow the rounds to develop. The reason being, I can already feel this game going the distance as well, and I am reserving some energy because I feel like we're going to need it. So we're going to play nice and reserved, just as both teams are rolling on into round number 3. We see the line of scrimmage comes out with Buperini landing a grenade into a position. Raze follows up with the frag on the gun. The Church challenge from Clutch is not good. Raze does take out a team kill as Buperini puts Clutch down. Raze on site. Boop jumps. Boop gets bopped. Scratch Killer doing the dance of damage.
Drain that mag as well. And we'll have to reload out to the side, but 20 bullets left for Scratch Killer. Only found that 1 kill. So Zenith have themselves numbers in the late stages of round 3. Raze is pinned behind Pillar on site. And Scratch Killer, I'm sure, figures it, and figures Darkvo is prone there. Still finds the kill, but after it's all said and done, Zenith used their numbers advantage to claim a lead.
It's actually a really good pick on the prone member towards the left-hand side from Scratch, but that's where the numbers come through. You only have so many bullets. You can only point at one angle at once. You don't transfer straight onto that second guy there without cover in front of you. You have to be able to get back to that cover. So Scratch makes a good work of it getting onto the site, but the 2 versus 3 plays out exactly as we would expect in the domino effect, and there's one person left alive.
You say you can only aim at one angle at once. Tell it to Yuki's, but that's besides the point.
True.
Zenith did well to claim that round. Just holding one angle at a time, taking out one player at a time. And here we go again. Buperino with an early frag grenade kill, but Vanguard light up the kill feed in quick succession, and everyone is dropped. We've lost 6 people without even realizing what on earth is happening. It's a 2v2 with only 30 seconds off the clock.
I didn't realize Pinball had got back in fashion. The novelty game now killing multiple people. Scratch Killer picks up one onto Zen Darkvo, and then out here Boppin is going to bop on into Internals DMs and say, hey, this is our round. This is time for you to leave. That's your cue to be deceased. And 2 apiece, Vanguard pulls us back to a tied match.
That was insane. I don't even know how to break that down because I didn't get to see the first 20 seconds of action, really. It was happening inside smokes, down lanes. I think there were 2 nade kills there at the start, and amid all that chaos, Vanguard looked good at the end of it, cleaned up the round nicely. And okay, Cracked, I'm with you. I think we are going to be going back and forth here on Bowl.
So, have you ever played a game of Jenga, Mr. Bepic?
Of course. Not well,
there
but
you
yes.
go. This is what it feels like. Each player that goes down is one of those wooden pieces being taken out of the structure, and it just kind of collapses at the end of the day, and whichever piece was at the top of the stack is the one that's left standing. Nade out towards Generator leaves somebody not even looking at explosions. Apparently a cool guy currently holding the generator.
A lot of cool guys on the map right now. No one looks at explosions. Come on now. They just transfer sprays, find headshots, go prone, hold angles, whatever it takes. That is an obscene angle out of Clutch through a gated grate, and Zenith lose one early.
Raze. I say no more. We said to watch out for him. It's Raze. Always there to get themselves involved in the action. Clutch is playing from a great position in hop, but finds the first, but the drop off the box actually leaves his crosshair placement a little bit off. Church finds one back. Scratch going down. Boppin and Blake. Raze, Dark, and Church. Well, Sunday slides on into Monday. Church is out of season. Raze finds one onto Boppin, goes on into sight. Actually gets past the crosshair of Dahlia here. Bomb out. Dark bow. No, never mind. It's Raze that gets the killing blow, but great work from Zenith, and that closes the round out 3-2.
Clean. Razy. Looking great so far. 9 kills in the first 5 rounds, and they're just making you look smart, Cracked. I mean, you call out Razy as a potential player to show their stuff on Bowl, and here they are, finding big frags for Zenith, closing out rounds with kills, staying alive. They've only died twice compared to the rest of the team, who've been found 4 times apiece now, and Zenith, they get another lead here. Vanguard maybe starting to sweat just a little bit against the team at the bottom of the table.
I guess they don't call us cracked wisdom for nothing, but some guesses go in the favour, some that don't. That's the way you gamble it when it comes to knowledge in the casting booth. Put the pieces of the puzzle together. We call it an informed guesstimate, chat. All right, it's not all guesswork. There's a little bit of info in there, but oh, that's a great little bit of nade work off of some
Goodbye.
info as Buperino. That's it. Banishes Clutch to the Shadow Realm.
Clutch will watch from the bench the rest of round 6. Buperino dodges some bullets as he escapes to safety and now runs back. And that's good because there was a member of Vanguard ready to claim him, like the couple of other players. Raze and Church down. Zenith in a 3v3. Still have agency on the map, but Scratch Kill is not letting them move in without having to cross his scope first. And that bomb is down. Boppin will do the same thing to Buperino. And now, potential fight around Generator. Internal, though, isn't giving Boppin the fight he wants.
I mean, it's become a team fight match instead of a blast gang match now because the bomb is in the middle of nowhere. That is literally Suicide Field if you could ever see it. Scratch finds the kill onto Internal as well as he goes up into top med, and that's going to be 2 quick kills for the Vanguard side. Closing it out, and we are 3 apiece, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing other than leveling the tides. One team takes a lead, and it goes straight back to level again.
And I know we've already highlighted Scratch Killa plenty today, but I feel like if I'm complimenting Ray's early fragging ability on Bull, I have to compliment the 9 kills that Scratch Killa's gotten. And right there, the big last round for him. As you're right, we're going back and forth. Credit to the players stepping up in big moments with the multi-kills. I mean, it's been raised a couple of times for Zenith right there. Scratch Killa holds an angle firm, doesn't allow that bomb to get picked up. The blast pack stays down. I like the team fight reference. It's I like the good old days.
I won't say, okay, they were the good old days. I'm not going to allude to too much, but they might be the good new days as well in the future. Right? If you
Okay.
have been tuning into any other activities going on in the community, I won't say too much, but look the way of Ski Mask Timmy if you're interested in any team fight stuff. That's all I'm going to say. Raze out here, knocks one onto Clutch. Scratch Killer knocks one onto Razors. What a piece of traded. The bomb is still being held towards this curtain with support from a second in Dark Bow, but they are the last 2 members on the Zen side. When any thoughts or intention for round number 7, well, Box is going to banish Church, Blake finds Dark, and that is all she wrote.
Simple. Easy cleanups, just pushing your territory line deeper into the map. Vanguard inched forward through the center of the map, didn't allow Zenith anything found easily there in the 2v4. They couldn't isolate fights. All the players hiding around corners were tucked behind good pillars of support, and Vanguard's back out in front.
So far, both teams keeping it extremely even. Nobody necessarily popping off so much that they're sending an email home to Mom right now. Hey, Mom, get the camera. I made it. I'm famous. Highlight play still to come in the match, though. We're only 4-3, and there's still 1 round separating these 2 teams, or a tied match, it seems like. So, if we're following the Deja Vu disco we've been going through so far, this is going to be a Zenith round, and with Raze opening up with First Blood, is starting to look a little familiar.
Oh, smoke. Well, it doesn't pop immediately, and so that gave some time for Scratch Kill to find a fight, but he eventually will lose out on the fight and his life, and so Vanguard thrust into a 3v5. Blake Dahlia dodging bullets, but you can't run away for too long. Clutch in a flank position, though, could derail this round for Zenith. Got 1, but not the second, and this should be a win unless Box has something to say about it.
I was trying to find in my head a great reference for you can't run from religion, but it just didn't happen. I was trying to make that out for Church, but it seems like Church is the one tagging before they go down, but it's Dark Bow that's going to clean the round out. Zenith move to a successful 4 apiece going into the half, and ladies and gentlemen, nobody is in the lead.
This is the first time we've seen it. A 4-4 first half on any of the now 5 maps we've seen today. It's just the first one we've got, and credit to Zenith for staying relevant against Vanguard. They got crafting on their attacking side, and now we see if Vanguard, I think, is as effective with their nades, with their reads on the attacking side as they were earlier against Unknown to stay relevant there. But for Zenith, the hard part is, well, one of the hard parts, I suppose, is over. Now let's see if you can do it on your defensive side.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see, we'll get your opinion after this round, actually. So we'll let you cook on it this one, Bepic, and we'll come back to you at the end. But do you think Zenith have got it in them now from the position they're at to be able to take it further than just weathering the storm.
If they can read the plays of Vanguard on their defensive side as well as they did in the first half, I think they absolutely can, because I mean, even that last round's a kind of a microcosm of it, where Zenith for the first time pushed B, and there was only one player there for Vanguard. They took advantage of it. They won their fights, got the bomb down, the smokes were good, and they end up closing the half with a win. And so far, the read is pretty solid. They're spread out, leaning towards A, and ScratchKilla can derail those hopes and dreams, but he himself plunged to the earth, and the 2v3 Zenith have read another round properly.
It looks like it's coming towards success from the Zenith side. As far as out here bopping, and he's now out here stopping. Round number 9 goes in the favor of Zenith, 5-4, and they take the lead again. This time goes to the favor of the Zenith side. One of these two teams is going to hold it. Can Zenith be the first team to put it to a 2-round advantage?
That's a big ask, I feel like, between both of these squads. As soon as they go down, something clicks. They step up to that next level of arena play, and see what Vanguard's cooking up here as they exit their spawn zone. It's looking like another lean towards the A site. Nothing really changes on Bull. We get the occasional B rush, but right now Vanguard playing around Generator, seeing what they can find.
And this is what I was worried about, is I've not seen Scratch scratch the itch this round, this map yet. You know, the casual Scratch goes popping off and kills 4 people. Well, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. Okay! 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 ScratchKilla is literally called to the table from the casting booth. I had to self-mute myself because we're nearly swearing at how ridiculous the action is, and Scratch is one short of the full 5-piece. Give it to him, Clutch. Nah, he's just going to take it and close the round out. Great plays from Vanguard. But ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget Scratch from the Vanguard side. 4 kills and 15 on the leaderboard. Oh my days.
He said, you called, showed up in round 10 big time. As soon as you stop making that point crack, Scratch is filling the kill feed. I swear sometimes players are listening to the broadcast. I know they're not because it's on a delay. We've got competitive integrity here, but that could not have been more comedically timed.
It really is sometimes. You don't even think about it. You just say it and, well, 1, 2, 3, and boom. It happens in front of your eyes. And it's because these players do not want to allow their destiny to be taken out of their own hands, and to keep it in your own hands, you have to swing or be swung, get yourself in on the action, and Clutch is ready for Bubarino to slightly overextend into the cards. Blake Dahlia with a bomb from the sky. Church no longer looking to the heavens for praise, instead looks up and sees death.
Clutch running through smoke and found himself a fight. Boppins hopping up, looking for intel, and peeking around a corner. Won't find anything, so Vanguard will hold off for now. Nothing to act on just yet. He's looking for any kind of lane into A, but Zenith have called a rotation in. I'm wondering if the player that's leaning towards B for Vanguard wants to advance any, and see if they can't see the site is open, or if ScratchKilla just wants to entry like we know he excels at, hops onto A, and the bomb should be able to go down, especially with that kill by Jen.
Yeah, Blake Dahlia pushes up and takes the space when Scratch is on the reload. This time, the Vanguard synergy looks to be more on the same timing. They're on the same wavelength, sharing those brain cells necessary to fill the void without needing to talk too much. And Blake, from the prone angle, decides that it's all about internal affairs. That's right, they're in the back lines of the Zenith half, and they are going to close that round out 6-5. Now, Vanguard have the advantage, and the tables are flipped.
I feel like this is an advantage they can hold, though, because they're playing slow and methodically. They're not rushing into anything. Vanguard are finding good picks. They're playing around smokes well, playing, even with a lack of information, quite well. Just waiting for the perfect moment to strike and then unleashing the cobra that is ScratchKilla upon the defense of Zenith. That's the trick for Vanguard right now, and that's a strategy you can rely on, but not if ScratchKilla's dead. Great first nade. Darkvo will take first blood.
Yeah, I've heard Scratch is a big fan of fruit. Well, that apple comes alongside death. We want to talk about some of the dangers of the skies. Well, grenades early. Always something to watch out for. Now, with ScratchKilla sat out of this round, you look to the rest of the Vanguard side to be able to step up. Speaking of step up, Box is going to even the playing field with a bomb of his own.
A little bit of vengeance there. Whatever you can do, we can do better. Dark, those holding a big angle now as there are 2 Vanguard players looking to advance. Clutch, looking for intel, hopping around. Don't know how much he knows about Church tucked into this corner. Up ahead of Jen. Booperino, though. Your side's hanging out, my friend. Blake Dahlia finds him, but Zenith find the rest of Vanguard. That is a quick answer to Vanguard claiming site access. Boppin's the last standing, but Church dispatches of him. 6-6, we stay even.
Yeah, Boppin just slightly low on the crosshair placement on that peep there. Slightly higher. Would have found themselves the first and maybe a potential in the 1v2, but good round from Zenith overall. 6 apiece. Tied up again, and I am hesitant to decide which of these 2 teams is going to take the advantage. I don't think there is going to be advantage. I'm going to be honest with you. I think we're going all the way back to overtime again. I think at 6-6, this one goes to Zenith. The next one goes to Vanguard. We stack them back up the other way, Vanguard, then Zenith, and we finish 8 apiece.
I think it's a matter of who gets to 8 first. Because at that point, all bets are off. When one team's put up against the wall, and especially Vanguard, I think, if they have an advantage, they're going to be keen to close it out. And they've got the firepower to just play aggressive, run ahead, and dispose of Zenith's hopes. But if Zenith can get to 8 first, then it's a whole different story. Boop gets to Jen, but Blake Dahlia, the big brain he is, knows exactly what Boop's trying.
That's actually huge because current positioning from Clutch on the left side of Jenna's barrel would have been sticking out, so Boot would have had full info of where Clutch was and would have been able to swing him if Blake's not holding that back. Now, positioning in, Clutch is watching towards point, there's nobody on point, but Blake finds the bang through the cardboard in front of him. Those wooden panels not blocking anything when it comes to AP bullets out of that 300 blackout.
The bomb's down. Zenith have been put into a near impossible situation. That's a great find by Blake. I believe got the opener behind Jen and then added to it, looking down that same lane. And with the bomb down, time against Zenith. Now the man advantage completely against them. Yeah, that's all she wrote for round 7 for Vanguard. And Zenith again must play from behind.
Interesting one this time. That would be the turning of the tides. Teams now starting to put multiple rounds together to swap this lead. Which one of the 2 of them is going to be able to put 2 or 3 together successfully and consecutively would take this game home. Elsewise, we are going to be completely bouncing back and forth until one has a 2 clear advantage. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's first to 9 by 2 when we get into overtime. If you go to 9 and 8, well, you're going to find yourself needing to win 2 extra to close it out. That's 3 out of 4 in that overtime scenario. Bopping for 1 on internal. Sorry, what were we saying, Bepic?
I was looking at the mini-map because Vanguard have actually changed their strategy. They've played slow around Jen and A-Site for the pretty much entirety of this half, but Clutch is taken down by Raze, a key member of this defense now. This is the first time that we're playing towards the CT side of the copter in the middle of the map, and well, there's a trade right there. Blake Dahlia finds one, but he's down himself, and things are getting weird as A-Side is wide open.
Yeah, Scratch currently carrying himself the only triple you don't want, the triple heavy bleed. Bomb is on point being planted with support. Boppin now hiding behind the scenery, trying to keep themselves covered from the 2 members. 1 headshot, 1 out split. Boop's going to swing towards Jen, and Boppin's ready for it. That's a good kill.
Still more to deal with as in come Dark and Raze. Box and Boppin are both behind this pillar, but Scratch Killa is unaccounted for. And Boppin, you can see it, gives the nod of approval. Thank you very much, Scratch Killa. We were trapped. You saved us.
And Vanguard move themselves to safety and map point, moving themselves onto series point as well here with some exceptional strength.
And Zenith have looked good. They've really put together a solid bowl performance. 4 on the attacking side, now 2 on the defensive side. They need 2 consecutive, though. Now, their backs are against the wall. And this is what I was talking about, where I think Vanguard have it in them. They've got enough strategies in the playbook in order to close this out in one of the next 2 rounds. But Zenith, if they can pop off, they've gotten this far. They deserve an overtime.
That's it. Vanguard have at least earned the overtime in this one, and that means that they have at least earned themselves a chance to guarantee a draw in the tie. Scratch for 2, Box for 1 in between. The sandwich of blue kills is fed by a Church Talk top off. Clutch caught and Jen just coming out of the smoke, a little bit lost as to where his next adversary was. Blake has played slowly from that smoke, and as that drops, Church is going to be revealed. Scratch goes down, Bop and gets him back from the point though. 1-for-1 trade. Internal.
It's one. Still needs 2 more. Doesn't know where Vanguard is. So many question marks on Bull at the moment. Internals gotta move eventually. 30 seconds to go here. And this is a difficult position to be in. What is their process of thinking here? No one's showing face for Vanguard, so maybe Internal sticks this. 5 seconds. Blake Dahlia calls their bluff. Vanguard take things on Bull with a little sweat on the palms, but they get out with the win.
That's actually a good closeout there from the Vanguard side. Not pushing up until they needed to. Wait for that defuse and then push through with confidence together. Kill goes down. And a 20 kills and 18 headshot MVP performance from Scratch Killer. Well, I guess that's the last time I call Scratch out in the middle of a game before having him thoroughly put me in the dirt for my mischief, I guess. Sorry, Mr. Scratch. Great performance and a rightly deserved MVP after we turned it on round 3 or 4, whichever one it was, that went absolutely wild. And I think Vanguard came alive from that point on, that they weren't just going to let it go to overtime, right, Bepic? That was the turning point in the mentality where they said, we've got to start closing out some of these numbers advantages.
Who you should be apologizing to is Zenith, not Scratch Killer, because you woke up Scratch Killer, and that was the demise of Zenith, because we were going back and forth there. Zenith were still finding ways to win rounds, but at the end, Scratch Killer was finding multiple opening frags in a lot of those closeout rounds, and having that kind of firepower is the difference that I think made Vanguard stand out over Zenith. On Bull, at least, Raze had good moments, but we weren't seeing those key impact multi-kills there in the late stages of Bull. Scratch Killer stayed alive. Raze was having a good performance, but it wasn't enough there at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. GG's to both teams. Commiserations to the Zenith side. Congratulations to the Vanguard side. And a good turnaround, honestly. You've got to look from a Vanguard perspective. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking different focuses on different matches in each of these days. We get to feature here at the HPL. Today, we got to see 2 different sides to the Vanguard team. Okay, that's just one of the beauties of the amount of games that you get to see featured here on HPL, is we got to see them lose earlier on to Unknown in a very good, again, close match that could have potentially gone either way, were it not for Unknown just performing just that little bit above and beyond extra. Then the bounce back here in our last game of the day versus Zenith. It's a different story, and it's a good, not just good but great, not just great but exceptional showing from the Zenith side to push that Vanguard lineup that did so well into Unknown the distance as well across that first map. We've still got Fort to come. Okay, we've still got Chaos. And I am excited to see whether Zenith is going to be able to turn it around.
I am too, because Fort was the site of an Hpl turnaround in our previous series, and it seems to be a place of being reborn for some of these teams. So hopefully Zenith can rise from the ashes on Fort, as they need this point, because they're fighting just to get back into the money at the moment, as they're sitting there with 1 draw alongside 3 losses. And I mean, New Dawn's struggling a bit right now against Unknown, so Zenith is in a decent position to maybe eclipse them, but Vanguard is the team right now that they're trying to take the spot of. And if you can't win the head-to-head against the team that's currently sitting in 6th, then I don't know if you're getting to 6th place.
Yeah, and just so that people at home are thoroughly aware, as we are loading up for rocking into our second here in the best of 2 on Fort, the table before we started the day, ladies and gentlemen, was 8th place Zenith, 7th New Dawn, 6th Vanguard, 5th Eclipse, 4th Master X, 3rd Unknown, 2nd Hpl, and 1st Aspect. From top to bottom, ladies and gentlemen, Aspect won their game earlier on today, 9-3, 9-3. So that means they're staying firmly at the top of the table. Hpl managed to pull up a 1-apiece match versus Eclipse after an insane game in our second. So they're going to find themselves dropping down with respect to Unknown, who also were successful in their first game versus Vanguard. That meaning there then at the top of the table, the top four at least, with Master X also being successful into Zenith 9291, is going to stay about the same with maybe Hpl and Unknown swapping positions, all right? Eclipse will have kept themselves in a good place as well, being able to take 1 point off of Hpl from that match there. Vanguard now, with 1 loss and 1 victory, will also keep themselves in a similar place on the map, but with Eclipse only playing 1 game today and Vanguard playing 2, you might see Vanguard jump up above them later on. We will confirm all of these table standings later on and at the end of the day, folks. And don't forget, we still have one more round of this one to finish off. But again, a good start from Vanguard in their first map here would see themselves drawing currently level with Eclipse. So going into our final map from this best of 2, Vanguard are looking to potentially put a second victory home against Zenith. And then they would potentially look at moving up a spot in those paid positions from 6th to 5th, with New Dawn and Zenith still currently holding in 7th and 8th.
And I mean, Vanguard, they've got Eclipse left on the docket as well. That's a winnable series for them. Aspect, maybe less winnable there, but still, there are opportunities for Vanguard if they get out with 3 points here to really continue to rise up the table. And so it is key for them to close this out because Bull got close. And if you're dropping a map to Zenith, the conversations about you fighting for a top 3 spot maybe start to wane a little bit. Zenith have struggled in their Hpl Na Season 1 debut. Like you said, one of the newer teams, and it's been a difficult road for Zenith so far. And for Vanguard, that's a team you should be beating. You should be taking advantage of how green this Zenith roster is to the Hpl. And so, I mean, on Fort, hopefully, for their sake, it's not too big a hassle, but Zenith seemed to be a thorn in their side that last map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to look to raise again, aren't we? The amount of kills and first blood specifically from that member there in our first was just above and beyond again. It's actually on a similar level of consistency to what we were seeing from members doing the similar things in both our second and first matches for the day, actually, was from Raze. Just first bloods after first bloods of not even necessarily players being caught over-aggressing or overextending to that kill, but being in the right positioning that they can leverage that. If somebody makes that over-aggressive play, they're already there to capitalize. And if they're not, then Raze is driving the play from their side to find that opening pick to start to capitalize on that extra space and take ground towards the site.
And we saw how key aggression was on earlier in our previous series, the electrifying double overtime that we watched earlier. We saw rounds swung off the back of 2 opening kills, pushing through mid, pushing into kitchen, holding kitchen firm, just making sure that you can punish your opponent's missteps when they're playing predictably. And this is where experience as a team is important. And thinking back to Kirk's discussions with these players with regards to Zenith, they were talking about how they're fairly new and they don't have an ego. They're here to learn. That's what they told Kirk, is they're here to learn. And I think that is an important mindset for Zenith. They're open-minded about their performances. And as we step on to the island that is Fort, let's see if they've learned from their shortcomings on Bull and if they can get out of this matchup with at least 1 point.
Yeah, we'll have to see rocking on into this one. So, ladies and gentlemen, for Vanguard versus Zenith, our last featured match for today. Who's going to come out on top? You've got emotes for your favorite teams, folks. Don't forget to be spamming them in chat and support. All right, we've seen tons of pandas from the Panderic emote and the thumbs from the TFG side alike from the EU scene, and many more. Okay, if you're an artist and you're about it and you want to create some logos for these teams so that they can be spammed as emotes in the channel, then please do. We'd love to see the support out there for all the folks on the pitch that are currently providing the entertainment. Artbo and internal towards the A site. Bomb is looking to enter from kitchen. There's a member of the Zenith side inside of the back lines of the Vanguard squad for a second there. Church immediately being removed. The imposter is not allowed inside of there.
Oof. Dark's not allowed on site, apparently. He's dropped, leaves Internal in a 1v5, and Internal is not winning that, unfortunately. Good start for Vanguard here. That's a flawless first round on Fort, and, well, despite the small struggles on Bull, Vanguard don't seem too phased. They seem ready for Fort here.
inside of the gate. You see red members even frustrated here, trying to get out. Let me at him. Let me at him. Clutch just trying to wreck his way through that metal gate to try and get back into the action again. The Vanguard side hungry for the victory.
Ooh, we've gotten word as well that Unknown have confirmed a 2-0 3-point victory against New Dawn. And I think I'll spare New Dawn and not mention the round differential, but it was stark. Unknown, I mean, with how close their series against Vanguard was earlier, have showed how on point they are today, and that tells you a lot about how Vanguard have come into today feeling.
Yeah, it's a tough one, honestly. The first match of the day really was a test of endurance for this side, having to see themselves through a much, much rougher match against Unknown in comparison to the Zenith side. Saying that, with Zenith now turning up with the strength they did in map 1, you're going to think that they're going for a bit of a marathon in their two-piece today. Unknown in the background, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, 2 victories now for the Unknown side, a 9-0, 9-0 in their match off-screen. Currently seeing themselves successful in their other match. A crazy performance out of Unknown versus New Dawn.
Well, that's a win for Vanguard. Cracked, you weren't as kind as I was, not mentioning the round differential, where New Dawn could not earn themselves a round there. That's a bit absurd, and hey, Vanguard's on the way to be doing the same thing here. A good start, 2 rounds consecutively, and without too much hassle. We'll keep on rolling. Vanguard. What's the play here? As on their attacking side, they have pushed the pace. They have found early picks, and Zenith have struggled a bit on Fort now. And so I believe this was Vanguard's map pick, and so far, they seem to be exercising that might. Clutch finds first blood. There's a couple of other Zenith players down, and just like that, it's a 5v2 for Vanguard.
Funnily enough, that conversation I had about the conversation with Yuki's on Fort was against the Vanguard side and scrims a great bit of competitivity between the two sides as they are working on training against each other, practice matches and scrims between the sides inside of this NA scene, keeping that competitive edge alive, just helping each of these teams to develop within the scene, which is great to see. So again, definitely speaks to how well Vanguard can play on this map if other teams are saying that they are struggling against some of the tactics they're employing against them in scrims. We definitely expect them to be dominant here. Oh, great bait out into Buperino. Scratch is going for the flare, the quick, the flick. Boop's got the slick moves like Jagger, but Scratch is more than ready to dance to the tune of that beat.
Can we give Zenith a round win for flashy moves, or do they have to get kills here?
I think the World of Dance tournament and World Championships ended a couple of months ago. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that was a little while back. I'm going to say Arena is now all guns, no moves. Okay, inertia was removed a long while back, ladies and gentlemen. You have to move with the slide, as they say now.
All right. Well, I tried. Zenith is going to have to earn a round win. They'll have to earn more than 1 kill. Raze has the lone frag on the board, and Buperino we'll get another one, this time with a nade. Nicely done.
There you go. Epic decided to claim some of that caster gifting for myself in the previous match. Again, the casting desk blessing the players. That's it. Epic, the 6th and invisible important man, inspires the Zenith lineup to some insane amount of kills on the A site. 2 quick ones in Kitchen. Ray's leading the charge. There we go. We've got a game on our hands again. That's an awkward situation.
Being fired, and Raze actually caught out. Blake knew exactly where Raze was coming from, and in 1v4, this would be something special from Blake. It's a good start, but there are a lot of Zenith players inbound for Blake, and he sees one of them, dodges the bullets, fires some back. Does he know Internal's right here? Maybe now. I think those bullets came from Internal's gun, and well, we're playing a fun little dance here at the end of the round again, and this time, Zenith have the fancy moves and the round 1.
Crazy performance, honestly. The Zenith lineup inspired by a grenade from the hand of Buperino, inspired by the blessings from Bepic in the casting desk. You'll love to see it. Zenith pull one back and close the gap to 2. Question is, how many more have they got on them for this one? Because The Vanguard side has been very dominant at the opener on 4. I would not be surprised to see them put another couple of rounds home before Zenith find another one, given what we've seen so far. That being said, all it takes is one wrench thrown into the works, and the spanner in the works is causing multiple problems. That's a problem right there, as Razor's caught with the smoke in his hand.
Great find. I think Clutch ran past nade there. Not sure if it was smoke or not, as Clutch was already past it before it really showed any signs of what it was. That's how aggressive Clutch got right there. And Scratch Kill is taking a step back here. It's been Clutch lighting up the kill feed. Box getting in on the action, but Scratch in kitchen right now. Drop in some smoke there, and well, we'll see what the play is.
Yeah, it's an interesting one to have a grenade up there. That's a very, very common challenge mid to that door frame, and the defending side has good tempo on you pushing through, as does the attacking side if you push quick enough. So not really one normally to be holding utility out in your hand for. You want your gun up and your crosshair ready to fight, but that being said, Boppin's going to get himself absolutely destroyed inside of the smoke. Buparino using audio to his advantage and a bit of spray and pray, and he almost got shades there of a little bit of twitch from League.
3v2, Vanguard with the bomb down. It's in quite a good spot here. Box is holding that pillar, the entry of sight. Blake's around kitchen and lobby, and this is so difficult, but Buparino makes it a bit easier. Box is down, so Blake rotates over to take that same angle and is being hunted by Buparino. The name is unassuming, but this is a deadly weapon being employed by Zenith. Scratch Killer, though, in the same department of WMDs, though Internal will take down, but time is not on his side. Has to stick this. Can't even start it before time is really against him. Vanguard get their 4th.
That's an unfortunate one for Internal there. Caught up in the fighting, reloads the magazine, and that animation was literally the end of the round for him, because that was not going to finish with enough time to ever be able to get on that bomb to defuse in time. A great effort from the Zenith side on a retake there. A little bit more convincing than a couple of the other rounds we've seen, but Vanguard do still close it out. 4-1, an advantage in the best of 2. Vanguard finding themselves in a good place to look towards this swap over of halves. That 6-2 scoreline we attest to, folks at home. Looking about on track for that. Zenith, 1 for every 3 rounds that Vanguard's had so far. Would see us thinking that either this next one or the one after it will go in the favor of Zenith, but Vanguard will pick up the rest before we swap sides.
Ooh, Scratch Killer's down. Okay, that is actually a big kill, because Vanguard had sent 3 towards the A sites, including the bomb. And there were just 2 defenders there from Zenith, but that is a firm hold. So Vanguard will have to pivot towards the center of the map, where Blake has found some space. And with that, Vanguard make their move, but do they know about Internal lurking outside of sight? Do they know about Church on site, as Clutch does? Downs him, and Blake, the rat that he is, finds a big pair of kills, and it's down to Internal for Zenith.
Did you say Blake Dahlia found possession and control in the middle lane of a map again? That's a shock horror, is that? It's almost like we saw him doing that in Bay 5 earlier on today. That's an exceptional play, and it's not surprising to us, honestly, with the amount of strength in holding their one place that they are meant to on the map. Blake Dahlia is always seeing themselves looking to try and enable success for their side. Now, rotating around, working off of the info and audio contact from Clutch. Clutch is going to run onto site and try and bait away. Blake looking to reswing the info. Clutch is going to get isolated if he's not careful. Internal's playing this really well. He has a good position on the bomb. He does not need to challenge unless he gets forced. There's one from Clutch. Now he's got to get the mag out in time, but Blake Dahlia is there to back up teammate.
That's how it's done. 2v1, you have numbers. Even though the bomb's down and Internal's in a pretty good spot right there, just trade them out. It's simple, it's effective, and it's good enough for a round win for Vanguard. And that was some great positioning, even after they lost their first 2 members of the round within 20 seconds of it starting. They held on to the bomb, they got the intel by pushing through mid, claimed B site, and cleaned up Zenith from there. That was great, especially from Blake.
I mean, that middle control is another something on this fort map that we've been talking about a long, long time for, and a long time to come. That smoke's an interesting one. Buparino gets surprised. The wild smoke appears. Boop's going to just stay here. This is actually going to fall in the favor for him. Scratch goes down early. Raised with the first blood. Pop in. Oh, no.
Okay. called his bluff right there, didn't he? Waited to see if Boppin was going to swing that head around the corner again, and he did, and his head was promptly removed from his shoulders. That's very well done in the back arch, but Vanguard, even with a couple of players down, have been in this spot before. They know how to find a way back, and Clutch is a big part of that, but runs out of bullets in the magazine, so he is dropped, and it's still a 2v3. Vanguard can work this, but Zenith have a man advantage.
I almost thought Clutch was going to get that. Then that mouse button one magic is almost something that I'm a big fan of myself. You just don't let go if you need to. Someone else is going to run up and re-challenge the same angle. They're going to run into that pre-fire spray, but not this time around as the bullets run out just before the player appears. Now, 3 versus 1. Blake has a smoke. Oh, go on, Blake. For the fans, this is going to be an interesting one. He's going to get that smoke plume up, and Buperini is going to turn up to isolate. This is actually going to work in his favor now.
Ooh.
Pre-fires, no home. Second at spawn. Oh, that's a great shot from internal instead.
Great counter. We didn't get to see where that smoke play was leading. Blake dropped it, and then the smoke will fade as Zenith win their second round of the half. And it's about time, because they're posting up a good conclusion. If they can get to 3 here, prevent that 6-2 score line, then the back half is manageable. You have to step up a little bit with your strategy on the attacking side, and I know Zenith hasn't had the most successful debut in the Hunt Premier League, but still, this is a big moment for them to show what they've been working on in scrims and take down a crafty Vanguard team. But it starts with this 8th round here. Close out the first half strong.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 5 and 3, 4 and 4, the 2 score lines that you would consider both teams still having power within their capability to take the match to their favor either side. For Buperini, the first blood onto Scratch Killer, and that's the big demon down from the Vanguard side. Entry frag going to sleep. Wow. Dark takes a bit of abuse from Boppin, but neither player's managed to trade a kill out. We got a couple of sleeping lions on site as well. You see that one just slightly through the wall, just behind the bomb.
Okay, wow. We have ground to a halt here. It's just Dark Vo and Boppin playing around jungle and arches. And no one has really found a big connection. Dark has stemmed the bleeding for the time being, and Blake is looking for info in kitchen. Anything he can push onto A with, but he's about to run into a stack here. A pick would be nice, and Blake connects just around the box. Now, what else can he grab here? 2 defenders remaining for Zenith, but a smoke between them and Blake Dahlia. Boppin through the smoke, takes out Raze, and looking for a wall bang here. Has support now. The cavalry has arrived, but Buperino will dismantle the cavalry and makes it a 2v2.
They had control of headshot. Clutch has to get this before his internal gets there. That's actually really big. Clutch manages to get to the angle before internal comes around. Once he's got past that piece of cover, he has headshot control again. Now, Church, last left alive, is going to be walking into the awaiting arms of Clutch, who is simply stepping slowly backwards, sliding on into the success picture, which is going to be headshot round. He's gone. And now Church has no chance for success in this crossfire if Boppin plays off contact. No, don't pick him, Boppin. Oh, my days.
Known to poke that head around corners. We've seen it last couple of rounds where Boppin gets a little aggressive and is punished, but it's Church here having to push, and Boppin plays it smart, cracked, played the passive route, and ends up securing round 6 for Vanguard.
I was concerned for a second then.
I was
Boppin
too.
stuck his head out just a little bit too much. Because here's the thing, even if he doesn't get the kill there, he gives information for where he is. He confirms 100%. Even if Church is like 70, 85% sure that he's there at that point in time, he says, yes, I am here. Church has an angle to push. Let's say Church pulls off that miracle kill in the corner in a 1 versus 1, then things look a lot scarier. So good to see the Boppin did not over-aggress in the round there. A crucial point to take home for the Vanguard side going into the switching side, but one that Zenith could have potentially capitalized on. So now, 6 and 2. The first Zenith round really is going to tell us now what we've got left in this match in store for us. Have they got an explosion to surprise the Vanguard side?
Opening round would be nice. Internal will gain some speed there. Up the spawn hill, and it's 5 players moving together towards A. So Zenith's got pace right now, and it's looking like a rush, and Buperino moves in quickly, takes out Clutch, but Scratch Killer responds in kind, and Buperino can't take him out, and quickly finds out that Scratch is still thirsty for blood. That's 3 this round. Box still out another, and Vanguard will win the first round of their defensive half.
I'm going to talk a little bit about that smoke that was being set up there from Zenith. I think the Zenith player feels extremely unfortunate there, that one that got caught. It looked like it was meant to go up and over the building, but it seemed like they tucked in just a little bit too far and it clipped off of something there, maybe a hitbox to the side of the edge of the building that did not go anywhere other than back on top of their own heads. And, well, that left the rest of the round falling apart from there. I think this is definitely going to be a re-up, run it again, execute the same strategy, but pull it off with the correct execution this time around. Maybe also try not to lose the fighting kitchen would be a good start, but Perenio safer this time.
We're asking a lot here, correct?
You'd be surprised, some of these players pull magic off with only minute inspiration. Speaking of which, Dark Voe, Blade, Dahlia going down to the bomb, Clutch. Killing Boop in the trade, Scratch finds Dark. Okay, maybe I was asking a bit much, fair enough.
I was BMing a little bit, and then it came true. Now I feel bad. Unless Church pulls something off right here. Box has killed Clutch. Okay, but also Church, so doesn't really matter. That was an odd one, though.
Yeah, friendship frag there just to help finish off the round. I think Box just patting Clutch on the back a bit too hard for some inspiration. Instead puts his teammate in the ground instead of inspiring him on to success. But nonetheless, cleans up his mess afterwards, gets the second kill too and finishes the round off 8-2. And Vanguard move to a very comfortable 6 map and series points here.
Oh, we saw the comeback that Eclipse had earlier on Fort against Hpl, but Zenith haven't quite shown the same spark that Hpl did, or sorry, that Eclipse did on either of the maps that we've seen. They look decent on Bull, made it close, and, well, they will counter Boppin's first blood with a nade frag, and Blake's taken out. Booperino's been a force to be reckoned with around the map, and has made this weird for the Vanguard defense.
They've swapped sides. Zenith, 5-man shoved ramp and have completely swapped positions with the Vanguard lineup right now. So 2 kills apiece, 3 actually kills Zenith have managed to find from them being just everywhere they shouldn't be right now. I can't believe that trade of map position happened so smoothly. Both teams slid past each other without contact and then started attacking each other from the opposite side. Raze finds one onto Box. There's only one member alive left from the Vanguard side, and that's Clutch. And then the Zenith squad are going to have a free plant. Bomb is down, 45 on the clock, and Raze, other than the damage on his body, is in a great position to be able to start working on the last member of Clutch. Oh no, not with an aid in hand, he's not.
Gotta use your gun here. That nade will not be enough. Clutch trying to earn his namesake. 30 seconds on the bomb, though. Has to move quickly. We'll find Church, but he backs off with only taking a scratch right there. And now Clutch has to move quickly, rushes Church down, and is unsuccessful in finding that kill. That was Zenith's round all the way.
Yeah, Zenith doing a great job here, actually. Pulling themselves around back. Some explosive play. And a very surprise head-first approach. Brute force and ignorance being successful, I guess. If you don't need to go too complex with it, keep it simple, and success will be your result. So, the question is, how many more direct lines of sight can Zenith run head-first through successfully without dying?
Good question. I wouldn't think many. Vanguard have been fairly effective in holding angles, but are they effective with dealing with this rush? Box is a great position to guard ramp here. No one will push, though. It's up to Raze and Internal to take control of maybe the site from the side, and they'll move through cannons here. There's actually room for them to work, but Boppin closes that space down. Blake Dahlia has found a frag elsewhere, and things are coming apart at the seams for Zenith.
Yeah, it looked so good. The first early kill onto Clutch and the positioning was very good, but out here Boppin wins a crucial fight, and the first fight that gets won inspires Blake to one of their own. Boppin now swings into Dark Vogue. Boppin's feeling a bit of confidence now, and that's the Vanguard side looking to close out this game here. Box is on the massive flank. Internal's ready for it, though. That's a great shot to put Box into his bench for the next round, I guess. So we're going to look at 3 versus 2.
Okay, Internal's backing off here. Maybe there's a different play being called for Zenith, as Church will hold an angle, maybe looking for Vanguard to bite on a reposition. They want to get aggressive here, but Internal comes back to ramp, and that ends up haunting him. It's up to Church here stage any kind of comeback, and he'll try ramp again. There is a smoke down on top of the bomb, runs straight through it, wants bop in, but Scratchkiller defends his teammate and defends the 3 points that Vanguard will claim to climb the standings.
9-3 in the second map here on Fort is a very, very confident performance comparative to the first, where Zenith did an exceptional job to push it further down the line. A great effort again. Scratchkiller coming in with that MVP performance, 12 kills and 9 headshots there in this one. A lot less kills given out between the team this time. There's a lot less rounds played, but nonetheless a good performance, and actually a consistent performance across the whole of the Vanguard lineup there in that match in the Fort map, which I think that's the difference between map 1 and map 2, was every member of the Vanguard side was firing on all cylinders in the second, as opposed to a couple that were popping off individually in the first.
And they weren't even having to work extremely hard for their kills. They were getting a lot of positional kills where they would take space in the middle of the map, find picks off of rotation. I think back to Blake's plays in the middle of the map. He's so dangerous when taking space there in a lurk position. And unfortunately, Zenith, they found out the hard way and have yet to notch a win here in HPL NA Season 1. So I suppose they look for tomorrow to change that.
Yeah, absolutely. Still plenty of time for teams here to be able to put some points on the board. We've got all of tomorrow's action coming back to you live at exactly the same time as we were today and every other day, ladies and gentlemen. Us here at Hunt Premier like to keep ourselves what we call king consistent, all right? So that you guys don't need to mess around with your schedule too much, so you can turn up and watch the action. That's right, 4 p.m. UK time. Mr. Bepic, what time does that convert to in your wonderful place in the world?
We started at 11 a.m. Eastern time, so at 10 a.m. for me. It was an early morning, but I woke up quick with the action that we saw, especially in the first series. Of course, the double overtime we got in the second, and here Zenith put up a fight. I was worried for Vanguard, but they handled business.
Yeah, absolutely. A phenomenal day, ladies and gentlemen. A final thank you to everybody that takes the time to get involved in this performance and make it happen. We'll start off with those at Battlestate Games partnering up with us here at the Hunt Premier channel live on Twitch to better be able to bring that. Big W, Battlestate Games, thank you ever so much. We appreciate you. The guys in the production, in the background on the cameras today, Damien, Preppy, Sergeant Raging Snake, all those wizards and wizardesses on the keys, all right, working in the background to make that magic happen. The big dog himself, Connor, taken down with the knife in that beautiful intro. That's right, our production prowess today. Connor kinging it in the background. Absolutely blessed to hear the man making his worth on the day today as well. That's the Hunt Premier cast and everybody else in the background as well. A big shout out to those not necessarily named, but also doing the great work in and around between these events happening. Okay, folks, I know we do stuff when we go live, but there's loads of people that work on the spreadsheets, organizing the teams, so on and so forth. Everybody deserves a thank you and a shout out. Big W's to you guys that work all the way back in the shadows there as well. Thirds and finals, players, support networks, and all the parents and the folks that support you at home, the fans as well. And ladies and gentlemen, last but very not least, for the thank yous around outside of the desk, is you in the chat, all right? The kings and queens, the people that are always the champions, regardless of the match results, you people that come here and make the day epic, all right? You're the top dogs. So thank you ever so much for being here. We appreciate you big time. And my final thank you is to the man, the myth, and the legend that's joined us on the casting desk today. Mr. Bepic, it's been a pleasure sitting next to you. Thank you ever so much for the experience, and I'll look forward to working with you again in the future. Any final words before we say goodbye for the day?
I think Connor wants us to show the standings graphic off one more time. So I think my final words will be a recap of what the current standings look like going into tomorrow. There's a big Hpl versus Aspect match that I'm looking at, as it has a deep impact on the top of the table. And so if we take a look at that, we'll see where everyone stands. I mean, a lot of points gained today. We had a couple of draws, but 2 2-0s on stream, and there we go. Unknown at the top right now, as they have played one more match than Aspect Master X and Hpl, who round out the top 4, and then Vanguard with 6 points aren't in a bad spot to make a play for that top 4 tomorrow and next Saturday. And then Eclipse, Zenith, and New Dawn, the bottom 3 right now, all fighting for 6th, and Eclipse, I'd still venture to say that they're fighting for a top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. So a big shift actually on the table from what I looked at from this morning. We started off with Aspect at the top. Now it's Unknown sitting there pretty. Some good results from loads of teams today has seen them move successfully up the table. The only team realistically that's feeling a little hard done by is Hpl Na, even after such a good performance today,
No.
sliding down a little bit. And the same, respectively, potentially said of Aspect. I mean, Aspect had a huge result versus New Dawn as well, but this is the difference from where round differential is going to come in, folks. Okay, with only 1 point between Unknown and Aspect, literally 0 points between Master X and Hpl Na. It's down to round differential that separates those two sides right now. Same can be said, bottom of the table, Zenith and New Dawn on a point apiece also, with only 2 rounds separating them in that round differential. So lots still to play for, and many days of action that's still to come.
And that perfect 18-0 match from Unknown really catapulted them up the round differential standings, 45 right now. And that's an impressive mark. Of course, through 5 series played as well, with a couple of draws thrown in there. So impressive from Unknown to get rid of New Dawn, unfortunately for New Dawn, very quickly in the off-stream match. But hey, that shifted the focus to Vanguard and Zenith, and they put on a show for us on Fort, so I'm here for it.
Yeah, everybody that showed up today did an exceptional job of making the games not just a close match, but absolutely entertaining to watch. I mean, the amount of highlight plays from today has
Mm-hmm.
been insane. There's going to be so many clips throughout just the next 12 hours between today's and tomorrow's action alone. And then obviously the 7 days till we get on, the 5 days until we get into the final day next Saturday. I cannot wait to see it. I will not be at all hesitant to pull up the clip from Yuki's with the 2-piece
Yeah.
of destruction from downtown on the point to close out their final match. I'm going to be thinking about how many times Scratch Killer killed 4 players today after we had not, maybe thought about him for a round or two. My bad, I guess. We've seen grenades dropping out of the sky in some glorious places, and we've even seen a couple of team kills today, actually. A little bit loose
Yep.
on the colors across every side, and nobody fell prey to it too much or too little, actually. I think everybody just felt the pressure maybe today.
That's fair. I mean, we're really heating things up on the business end of HPL Na. Season 1, it's season 1. You want to make sure that you are on top of the inaugural Hunt Premier League NA season, and there's pressure that comes with that. Although we didn't see any team kills that really came back to bite teams, so at least they managed that area of the pressure well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, you guys have been epic. This has been HPL Na. We've been your casters, and we'll catch you on the flip side. Thank you very much for joining us. See you soon.